Today, the church celebrates St. Mellitus, Bishop of London and first Bishop at St. Paul's. Mellitus was a Roman abbot and sent to England by the Pope, Gregory Great, to undergo the work of Augustine, who consecrated him Bishop of the East Saxons with his see at London and his first church, that of St. Paul. After some local setbacks and having to reside in northern France, he and his fellow bishops were recalled to England, but Mellitus was unable to return to London. He was made Archbishop in the year 619 and died on this day in the year 624. He was buried close to Augustine in the church of SS Peter and Paul in Canterbury.
O Lord, open our lips,
and our mouth shall proclaim your praise.
In your resurrection, O Christ,
Let heaven and earth rejoice. Hallelujah.
the night has passed, and the day lies open before us. Let us pray with one heart and mind. As we rejoice in the gift of this new day, so may the light of your presence, O God, set our hearts on fire with love for you, now and forever.
Amen.
Hallelujah. I will give thanks to the Lord with my whole heart, in the company of the faithful and in the congregation.
The works of the Lord are great, sought out by all delight.
His work is full of majesty and honor, and his righteousness endures forever.
He appointed a memorial for his marvelous deeds. The Lord is gracious and full of compassion.
He gave goodness to those who fear him. He is ever mindful of his covenant.
He showed his people the power of his works, in giving them the heritage of the nation.
The works of his hands are truth and justice. All his commandments are sure.
They stand fast forever and ever. They are done in truth and equity.
His redemption is peaceful. And his covenant forever. Holy and awesome is his name.
The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. A good understanding is filled with his pleasure. His praise endures forever. Glory to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and shall be forever.
A reading from the Ephesians chapter 2, starting at verse 14. For this reason, I bow my knees before the Father, of whom every family in heaven and on earth is named. I pray that, according to the riches of his glory, he may grant that you may be strengthened in your inner being with the power of the Holy Spirit, and that Christ may dwell in your hearts through faith, and you are being rooted and grounded in love. I pray that we may have the power to comprehend with all the saints what is the breadth and length and height and depth, and to know the love of Christ that surpasses knowledge, so that you may be filled with all the fullness of God. Now to him who by the power at work within us is able to accomplish abundantly far more than all we can ever ask or imagine, to him be the glory in the church and in Christ Jesus to all generations, forever and ever. Amen.
Death is swallowed up in victory.
Where, O death, is your sting?
Christ is risen from the dead, the first fruits of those who have fallen asleep.
Death is swallowed up in victory.
The trumpet will sound, and the dead shall be raised.
Where, O death, is your sting?
We shall not all sleep, but we shall be changed.
Death is swallowed up in victory. Where, O death, is your sting? Bless the Lord, the God of Israel, who has come to set us free. He has restored us a Savior from the royal David's tree. Through his prophets, God has spoken about hope and back to bring of his faithfulness and mercy. Every generation sings. Let us free. Set us free. Set us free. Set us free. Long ago God made a promise. He would set his people free. That in our lifetime worship we might come to liberty. To be holy, to be righteous, in his sight throughout our days. Now this child will be our herald, making ready all God's ways. Set us free. Set us free. Set us free. Set us free. Let all people know salvation through forgiveness of their sin. As our God in his compassion is a shining coming. So may your who dwell in darkness see the shadow of his glory. While he guides our feet in water, where his peace is ever near. Let us free. Set us free. Set us free. Set us free. Your glory with the Spirit and the Son, as it was, is now, and shall be, while eternal ages run.
We pray for the world, for the resolutions of all conflicts, that the divisions, walls, and lack of respect for our neighbor is causing around the world. Lord, in your mercy.
Hear our prayer.
In the Thanksgiving, and we celebrate the Earth Day, we pray that all nations follow the very first commandment of God to human concerning spirits and spirits. Especially, we pray for our brother that bear the suffering of the consequences of extreme climate events, remembering each senior and Angola as they fight to recover from the floods in their territory. Lord, in your mercy.
Hear our prayer.
We pray for your church, for your Holy Spirit to guide our work and vision for the future. We pray for the visible unity of Christians, so that together we build your kingdom upon us. We pray for the Church of England, continue to be a light and example to the world of unity in diversity in gifts and understandings. We pray for all the workers, volunteers, and men and women of goodwill that serve the Church in all levels. Lord, you know each one by name. Bless them and give them daily strength and joy. We pray for your grace, Archbishop Reverend Justin Welby, as he began his sabbatical year, that your love can inspire him each day, that you use his hand, his thought, and his heart to make your will known in the world. Lord, in your mercy,
Hear our prayer.
as individuals that walk beside you, we pray for you to give us humility, resilience, purity hearts, tolerance, transform us to be peacemakers and reconcilers in the world and with one another, to be holy as you are holy. Lord, in your mercy,
Hear our prayer.
merciful Father,
Accept these prayers for the sake of your Son, our Savior Jesus Christ. Amen.
Almighty Father, who in your great mercy gladdened the disciples with the sight of the risen Lord, give us such knowledge of his presence with us, that we may be strengthened and sustained by his risen life, and serve you continually in righteousness and truth. Through Jesus Christ, your Son, our Lord, who is alive and reigns with you, in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, now and forever.
Amen.
Rejoicing in God's new creation, as our Savior taught us, so we pray.
Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our sins, as we forgive those who sin against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For the kingdom, the power, and the glory are yours, now and forever. Amen.
May the risen Christ grant us the joys of eternal life.
Amen.
Let us bless the Lord. Alleluia, alleluia.
Thanks be to God. Alleluia, alleluia.
Good morning, Synod. It's very good to be with you again, and thanks to the community of St Anselm for leading our morning prayer. They're obviously a COVID-secure bubble there in the crypt chapel at Lambeth Palace, and it was lovely to be led by them in worship as we begin today. Now, before we get on to the business before us on the agenda, I'm going to call the chair of the Business Committee to move a motion under Standing Order 39.1 to suspend a provision of the standing orders, and he has my permission to do that. Normally, in standing orders, when such a motion is being proposed, the speech limit is 2 minutes, but because you've not been given notice of this, and because of the complexity of it, really, I'm going to allow 5 minutes for the chair of the Business Committee to speak now.
Robert Hammond, Chelmsford 273. Thank you, Chair. Gosh, you're seeing more of me than I would have hoped. I'm making a proposal which would introduce a slight change to the way that we're operating the votes at this group of sessions. I'm proposing these changes because of feedback received from Synod members. Social media is a poor replacement for the tea room, I know, and the panel of chairs yesterday, and observations by members of the Business Committee. I hope that they will make today's business run a little bit more quickly and a little more smoothly. You will have noticed that yesterday we were using the Crystal Interactive System, referred to one speaker as the Crystal Maze, draw your own conclusions, for all votes, including procedural motions such as motions for closure and other more simple votes, which would have been taken by a show of hands were we sitting in a chamber. Whilst this has the advantage of rigour and makes it possible to record the names of everyone who voted and how they voted, it has the disadvantage of slowing things down. Some of you pointed out that this has already made the complex experience of a remote synod even more complex and difficult to follow. The Business Committee is keen to make remote meetings as easy to follow as possible in these rather difficult circumstances. We're learning as we're going along with remote meetings, and the Business Committee is keen to respond to your concerns. We're therefore proposing to use, as we did last November, simple votes, that is to say Zoom polls, for the more straightforward items, such as motions for the closure and some other less crucial motions and amendments. Formal votes using the Crystal Interactive platform would still be used for the more important votes where we need precise figures and voting lists that can be subsequently published. For example, where a counted vote by houses is required by the standing orders. There is a slight snag, however, because Standing Order 38.9 requires the Business Committee to ensure that, where the voting on a question is conducted by electronic means, the names of the members voting in favour of the question, the names of the members voting against, and the names of the members wishing to record an abstention from voting are made publicly available in such a manner as the Business Committee may determine. Unfortunately, we have discovered that it is not possible to extract this data from a Zoom poll in a reliable way. So, before we can use Zoom polls for simple votes, we need to deal with Standing Order 38.9. I'm therefore asking you to agree that Standing Order 38.9 be suspended for the remainder of this group of sessions, so that a Zoom poll can be used for simple votes at the discretion of the chair. I will nevertheless direct on behalf of the Business Committee that where a formal vote is taken using the Crystal Interactive voting platform, the usual voting lists for counted votes are to be produced and published on the website. I therefore move that Standing Order 38.9 is suspended for the remainder of this group of sessions.
Thank you, Robert, for that. Now, we aren't required to have a debate, but if anyone does wish to say anything, if you can indicate you raising your hand in the way that we've been doing, and I will call just a few people. It's going to be a 2-minute speech limit, and really we just need to be addressing the issue of the suspension of this particular standing order. I'll call first of all Jonathan Alderton Ford, followed by Stuart Fife. You have 2 minutes.
Jonathan Alderton Ford, 207 St Edmundsbury in Ipswich. Just a quick question. One of the other problems we've had is that it's difficult to raise a point of order. So if in this situation the chair decides they want a simple vote by poll and somebody feels it's a more serious vote and wants to raise the standing point of order, can the chair of the Business Committee assure us that there'll be more attention paid to that? Otherwise it will go through and then people will regret that they haven't been able to raise their standing order to make a case for it being a more serious vote than a simple one. Thank you.
Thank you. Stuart Fife, followed by Paul Ayres.
Stuart Fife, Carlisle 079. Thank you, Chair. Just two very, very brief points. First, to say that sometimes with Zoom polls, I've noticed that I don't always get the poll popping up on my screen. I think it's just a slightly more fragile system. I support the motion, but could we ask that chairs take that into account, the slightly iffy nature of Zoom polls, when they're weighing up which votes to hold by Zoom rather than by the crystal maze. And secondly, to say that when we have these sorts of votes, would it be possible to put the text of what we're voting on, when it's a new motion that hasn't appeared in the papers, would it be possible to put the text of the motion that we're voting on in the chat so that we can be really clear when we're voting? Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Ayres.
Paul Ayres leads at 1:30. I'm in favour of using Zoom polls when appropriate, but it's also helpful if on screen we can be shown the percentage of people voting in different ways so that we can see whether a motion was carried enormously or very closely by a narrow margin, which we can see when we vote with a show of hands in person.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask Robert now to respond to some of those specific questions, if you would, Robert, please. And if you can make it 2 minutes, that'd be fantastic.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, points of order. The staff will monitor the chat that you have to use to raise a point of order very closely today. So hopefully we won't drop any of those. Stuart Fife, yes, it is a fragile system, and that is why we're not using it for the formal votes, only for those less contentious, as you say. The text of the motions, my understanding is that for a Zoom poll, the text will appear on the poll. And Paul Ayres, yes, we plan for the results of those votes to be displayed on the screen. Bear with us just a little bit if we don't always get that right as we start, but we are trying to address all of those things and they have all been heard. I think I'm just being given...
Points of order should be sent to the points of order inbox.
Yeah, and points of order, thank you. As you can see, someone has just, from the staff, said points of order should be sent to the points of order inbox. And how you do that, I think, has just popped up there. As I said, I do overall appreciate your forbearance as we work in this slightly different way. I can assure you everybody here is doing their best and our best to make this work as quickly as we can. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Robert. Now, when I put the motion to Synod, you need to be aware that the motion will be carried only if at least 3/4 of the members who are present and voting vote in favour of the motion. So this is a 3/4 in favour motion that we're going to be voting on. This is a counted vote of the whole Synod on the motion by the Chair of the Business Committee to suspend paragraph 9 of Standing Order 38 during the remainder of this group of sessions. Voting will take place using the Crystal interactive platform. Those in favour of the motion should select for, those against should select against, and those who wish to record an abstention may do so by selecting abstain.
The voting period is now open and will end in 2 minutes. The voting period will end in 15 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
There voted in favour 270, against 4, with 2 recorded abstentions. And even with my pathetic CSE maths, I can work out that we've achieved 75% or more. So therefore, Standing Order 38.9 is therefore suspended for the remainder of this group of sessions. That means that some votes will, at the discretion of the chair, be simple votes using Zoom polls. Thank you very much for that. We now move to legislative business and the Clergy Discipline Amendment Rules 2021, item 503, for which members will need GS 2199 and the explanatory notes GS 2199X. First, I'll ask the Reverend Paul Benfield to move item 503A, the preliminary motion that the rules be considered. This will provide an opportunity to make general comments about the rules or to raise specific points which do not relate to the amendment on the order paper. If the preliminary motion is carried, we will then move to the amendment. Members who wish to comment on the amendment should not do so on the preliminary motion, but should reserve their comments for the debate on the amendment. I therefore call the Reverend Paul Benfield to move item 503A, that the Clergy Discipline Amendment Rules 2021 be considered. Father Paul, you may speak for up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Paul Benfield, Blackburn, 66. On the 2nd of February 1932, Alan Dom, then chaplain to the Archbishop of Canterbury, Cosmo Gordon Lang, recorded in his diary the simple entry, "Church Assembly, not very invigorating." I hope that I can invigorate members to take a keen interest in this item. Members will be aware that the Bishop at Lambeth is currently chairing a working group looking at the operation of clergy discipline. There have also been commitments given to ICSA in relation to certain aspects of how the Church approaches discipline. Recently, a working group from the Ecclesiastical Law Society has produced a helpful report into the operation of the CDM. These rule amendments, which we are considering this morning, are separate to all of that work. In the fullness of time, a new measure will come before Synod for consideration. That new measure will have its own procedural rules. In the interim period, it is of course important that the procedural aspects of clergy discipline work well, work efficiently, and are fair to all those involved. An ordered church must have rules that govern the way it deals with discipline, and where matters reach the ecclesiastical courts, how these are to operate. The Clergy Discipline Rules 2005 have been in operation since the clergy discipline measure itself came into force in 2006. They have been amended twice, once in 2013 and again in 2016. On both these occasions, they passed through Synod as deemed business without a debate. It is perhaps necessary, therefore, to provide a little background to their operation. The rules provide the framework by which the CDM operates. They govern the procedure by which an allegation of misconduct is dealt with, both within a diocese and before a tribunal or court. Typically, they are concerned with the manner by which allegations are made, how a respondent submits an answer, the time periods for doing so, how a bishop deals with a complaint, and the procedure before a tribunal. They do not deal with appeals, which have their own procedural rules. The Rules Committee, chaired by the Dean of the Arches, is constituted under Section 81 of the Ecclesiastical Jurisdiction and Care of Churches Measure 2018. Under Section 83 of that measure, the committee may make rules for the carrying into effect of the provisions of the Clergy Discipline Measure 2003, and in particular, the procedure and practice for determining allegations of misconduct. Behind these proposed amendments are four key principles: efficiency, clarity, active case management, and vulnerable witnesses. If I may deal briefly with each of these in turn. First, efficiency. The amendment rules address the issue of efficiency, and with it the problem of delay, in the following ways. Rule 2, provision of an email address. Complainants and respondents will be required to provide an email address if they have one. The previous year has shown us all the importance of facilitating electronic communication. Rule 8, online facility for processing allegations. Currently, all complaints, answers, and applications must be made in paper form. These will continue to be available to those who wish to use them. However, a new system is being developed for the submission of these forms online. These new rules facilitate the use of that system. Importantly, it will enable further detailed guidance to be available at each step for those submitting documents. Matters will be speeded up by the simultaneous delivery of complaints to the bishop and the registrar. 2, clarity. In terms of clarity, Rule 3, timeline. Complainants will be required to provide a timeline of the relevant events in chronological order. Rule 7, renaming complaints as allegations of misconduct. The CDM is a formal legal process for the determination of allegations of misconduct which are serious in nature. It is not a complaints procedure in the way one might complain about the gas bill. The word complaint in the legal context has a specific meaning. Most commonly, it is a formal document whereby legal proceedings are started. That is the way it is used in the CDM. The use of the word in this way, however, has caused the subject matter of complaints to be widened to include areas which are not suitable for determination under the measure. This amendment renames a complaint as an allegation of misconduct in order to more accurately describe the purpose of the measure. Rule 9, service of documents. The rules provide strict time limits for when a party must provide or respond to a certain document. There is currently, however, no means of determining when a party receives a document for the purpose of starting the clock. The amendment here creates a provision for deemed service in order to provide that clarity. Rule 10, word and page limits. Word and page limits have been introduced to ensure documents are precise and focused. Should a complex case demand it, these limits can be increased or removed. 3, active case management. The draft rules provide the president of the tribunals with new powers in 3 areas, which will provide for a more active approach to case management. This, in turn, will ensure that cases progress much more quickly than at present. Rule 4, limitation period. Firstly, the president will have a power to provide written directions for the management of an application for permission to bring proceedings after the 1-year time limit has expired. Rule 5, production of documents by a person not party to the proceedings. The president will be able to order a non-party to the proceedings to provide material to the designated officer and respondent. It is a source of significant delay in current proceedings where outside bodies, such as the police, hold records relevant to a case, but they are unwilling or unable to provide the material to the parties. Rule 11, powers of the president. It is proposed to give the president a power to make directions on her own initiative, rather than simply in response to an application, appeal, or request. Rule 12, amendments to allegations of misconduct. There is a practice direction currently in operation which governs the way in which an allegation can be amended. Practice directions are normally temporary measures designed to plug a gap in the rules so that the practice direction has been codified into the rules. 4, vulnerable witnesses. Rule 6, cross-examination of witnesses. Finally, In relation to vulnerable witnesses, the amendment rules bring onto a statutory footing the now very standard practice in the criminal and family courts of prohibiting a respondent who is without a lawyer from cross-examining a victim of sexual abuse, children, and other vulnerable witnesses. Unless the respondent instructs a lawyer, one will be provided by the tribunal. I commend the clergy discipline amendment rules to you and move the motion that they be considered.
Thank you, Father Paul. This item is therefore now open for debate, and if you're wishing to speak, would you please indicate? I'm going to call Joyce Jones first of all. Joyce, you have 3 minutes, followed by Simon Talbot.
Joyce Jones, Leeds 137, Prosecutor in York. I would like to actually thank the proctors and the archbishops for their welcomes to me in this new post, and also for those who elected me. I would like today to welcome these changes to the rules and also the update to the code of practice pending a more thoroughgoing reform of the clergy discipline measure. As we all know, justice delayed is justice denied, and it is in everyone's interest that these cases are dealt with speedily and effectively. And I also hope there will be transparency so that people are told what they're accused of as soon as possible in the interests of natural justice. And I'm encouraged by the words of the Bishop of Huddersfield in that respect about safeguarding cases. I welcome the separation of complaints from allegations of misconduct so that minor matters can be dealt with by mediation. So often talking to one another is often the best thing to do to repair relationships. And if that happens for minor cases and they get sorted out, it so often prevents things getting worse without being escalated. I also welcome the provision in the code of practice that pastoral care must not only be offered, but there must also be follow-up on whether it's been taken up. I know of cases, sadly, where there's been no pastoral care of the clergy involved. They've been effectively isolated from all their contacts and placed in a very difficult situation, which can have an adverse effect on their mental health. As Christians, all our processes must be carried out with care and humanity for all parties involved. And I hope and pray that this will be the case. I hope these updates won't just stay on the page, but will be carried out effectively so that misconduct is dealt with and the innocent are quickly vindicated, and that all have the care and support they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies, Joyce. I should have introduced you as the prosecutor. Simon Talbot, followed by Joyce Hill, and the speech limit remains at 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, for calling me. Simon Talbot, 112 Ely Clergy. I'm speaking to Synod today as convener of the Seeker members in Synod, Seeker, the Church of England Clergy Advocates. We have over 1,200 Church of England clergy members at every level of responsibility, and we have extensive experience of supporting clergy through the vagaries of the CDM process. I'd like today to, as an aside, encourage every member of the House of Clergy to consider joining us. You never know when it might happen to you, and we also take lay church employees as well. But to the matter in hand, there's widespread agreement that CDM is not fit for purpose and in need of replacement. What is not clear, however, at this juncture is what the review group looking at it believes that this should be at the outline of its replacement. We'll have to wait, I gather, until July to learn about that. Sheldon Hub, working closely with Seeker and others, have produced an extensive document charting the potential scope and purpose for any reforms. It would be useful for us to know who will be steering CDM reform once the Bishop at Lambeth steps down. We ought to know who is charged with assessing this before we have any proposed changes laid before us. Meanwhile, friends, cases continue, and the manifest shortcoming of the present system continues to cause harm, both to clergy complained about, but also to people with legitimate grievances and complaints. harm that is known to extend to people taking their own lives in despair at what a mishandled complaint has led them to do, sadly. So we can welcome an effort to mitigate some of that by modest adjustments to the rules and the code. But friends, whatever we agree today, we should all know that this is manifestly not enough. There is an element of despair, lest this be presented as the answer, or rather perhaps an initial tinkering around the edges of a broken system. Can we see how the proposed changes to the rules and conduct will be? I can certainly see how the proposed changes to the rules and conduct will be helpful, and broadly, I'm sure that will be the case. Rules around efficiency, clarity, case management, and vulnerable witnesses. Especially while I would welcome clarity here and in the code that this is about serious allegations of misconduct and not complaints, which can take many forms and not relate to misconduct at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Joyce Hill, followed by Bishop Tim Thornton.
Thank you for calling me, Chair. Joyce Hill, Leeds 326. The amendments that we have before us in GS 2199 provide welcome improvements in clarity, though I do accept a great deal of what we have just heard from the previous speaker. My point, by contrast, is a very small one, but I think an important one, because when I went sideways in reading the papers to look at GS 2205, the consequential changes to the CDM Code of Practice, I was left with a question, which in some ways is a question of detail, but in another way is a question of substance. There is still a reference in Section 38 of GS 2205 to the need to have due regard, albeit with an explanation of its meaning. Now, the ICSA report has clearly recommended that we avoid using this phrase, that it be discontinued and be replaced by one that is more explicit in its meaning, as we know from GS 2182X, sections 2 and 3. And so as a general point, and I'm not asking to discuss GS 2205 here, but just to raise the general point, would it not be advisable in all of these revisions that we're undertaking to replace this phrase of have due regard altogether, consistently across all our rules and guidance in conformity with the ICSA recommendation? We have here a document in GS 2205, which seems not to take that on board. Thank you, that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Joyce. Bishop Tim Thornton, followed by the Dean of Arches.
Thank you, Andrew. Tim Thornton, 44, Bishops of the Forces. I thought it might be helpful in the light of one or two speeches already made if I did make a contribution, a short contribution, simply to say that the plan is very much for me to bring a report forward in July, which will hopefully set out, I suppose, two things I would want to say, which I hope will help members of Synod reflecting on this particular item of business. First of all, I'd want to support very much the rules coming forward, the amendment to the rules coming forward today, and support very much the work of Edward Dobson, the relatively new still designated officer, and Morag Ellis in all that they're doing. Whatever new measures we bring in, there will still need to be constantly updating of rules and looking at the code of practice. So I think today is about that specific piece of work rather than the more general work that my group is looking at and other groups are looking at. What I would say on the more general is one of our underlying principles is that we bring about justice, and justice for all concerned in all measures that are brought forward. And to that extent, I suppose the only point I'd really want to make is that I think it's unhelpful. What I believe has happened is that far too much pressure has been brought on the clergy discipline measure. And I can assure you that even whatever we bring forward will not solve all the problems of the world by a new measure to replace the existing clergy discipline measure. And what I would say is that what I will be doing, to trail my coat very briefly for July, is setting out that I strongly believe that we don't only need a new measure to replace the clergy discipline measure, but we need to look again at the role, understanding and affirmation of clergy in a wide variety of ways, a new framing of the understanding of how clergy understand themselves. So picking up what Simon Talbot was saying, I completely accept there is a wider scope and purpose behind all this. So we take away the pressure of thinking about discipline and see how we can support the development of clergy right through their ministries in order that we don't focus on what people do wrong, but we focus how we can help each other be better ministers of the gospel.
Thank you, Bishop. Dean of Arches, followed by Jonathan Alderton Ford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to Father Paul for introducing the rules, and to the other speakers. I am the chair of the Rule Committee, which was charged with amending these rules. And it might just help members of Synod to understand that the rationale behind this is indeed seeking to do as much as possible now under secondary legislation to make the system more agile and to minimise procedural stress for all concerned, to speed up and encourage everybody involved to focus on the key points in any particular case. So in other words, this amendment to the rules is looking for quick wins. I hope that it will reassure members of Synod to know that the committee was very much informed by the practical experiences of people involved in administering the system on the ground, and especially contributions from the two provincial registrars, as they then were, including John Rees, who has just retired and who I think we're honouring later on today. So lots of practical experience went into this. I particularly want to commend the important protection for vulnerable witnesses, which I see as part of our duty to respond well to survivors of abuse, and also to the recommendations from ICSA. And I also very much commend the change of nomenclature from complaints to underline what the clergy discipline system is for, as Bishop Tim has just been alluding to. So I very much want to commend and support these changes in the rules, and hope that Synod will agree. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Morag. Jonathan Alderton Ford, followed by the Prolocutor of the Province of Canterbury.
Jonathan Alderton Ford, Clergy 207, St Edmundsbury in Ipswich. Thank you very much, Chair, for calling me. I'm very pleased that all the major players who are driving this are here to listen to what I have to say next. I'm very concerned for justice for all, particularly for people who cannot read or write. What about people who English is not their first language? What about those with special educational needs? And what about a larger number of people in this country who are not confident in written English? And therefore, I would therefore ask that when final measures are brought forward, some work would be done on how we make provision for such people, because many of the people who are victims actually come from those categories. They're precisely chosen as victims because they can't complain. And I think this is one of those things that unless we address it now in a realistic form, will come back to hurt us, whatever form clergy discipline takes in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon Butler. And then I'm going to be testing your mind, Synod, about the closure of this debate.
Thank you, Chair. Simon Butler, Southwark 219. I'm not intending to have spoken in this debate, but Bishop Tim Thornton has helpfully reminded me to draw Synod's attention to GS MISC 1279. We don't always delve into the vagaries of GS MISCs when we read our Synod papers, but this does make reference to wider work going on around clergy terms of service that sits under the wider legislative reform process that we envisage coming forward in the lifetime of the next Synod. So I do want to encourage Synod members to be active in working with us on this whole area of the role of clergy, not just in the disciplinary context which we're referring to today. Perhaps it's worth also saying, and I think it needs to be underlined again and again, and many of those who are listening to this debate will be responsible in some way for the administration of the system of discipline, that we can have as wonderful, effective and good rules as we could possibly imagine, whether under the current CDM or the forthcoming measure that we hope will arrive soon. They can be as good and wonderful as they are, but if they are not used properly, and if they're not used with humanity and care and diligence, if they're seen as process rather than people at the center of them, they will always come to fall short of what we need. We've seen that and learnt that in safeguarding, and again we need to remind ourselves of it in terms of clergy discipline as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I now put the motion for closure to the vote. This is a simple vote, and voting will take place using a Zoom poll.
The voting period is now open and will end in 30 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
That is carried. I therefore call upon the Reverend Paul Benfield to reply to the debate. Father, you have up to 5 minutes to respond.
We've spoken in the debate, and thank you for the welcome that has been given to these amendments. We accept that this is not the panacea. This does not solve the problems with the clergy discipline measure. Many of the comments made are directed to what people hope will happen in the future. But I may just comment on 1 or 2 points raised. Firstly, Professor Joyce Hill was raising a question about the code of practice, which is not really a question for this debate. The code of practice will in fact be debated later this afternoon. And in any case, the safeguarding code of practice measure has not been passed yet. And when it is passed by this body, it will then need to go to Parliament. If and when it is passed, then the CDM code of practice will be updated, but we can't really update codes in anticipation of legislation which has not yet been passed. To Bishop Tim Thornton, thank you very much for an update on where we are. To Jonathan Alderton Ford, yes, you raise an important point, and it is important that those making an allegation of misconduct within a diocese should be helped to do so where they need help. The code of practice says that the bishop should ensure that this help is in place, and I urge all bishops and dioceses to make sure that it is in place. I'm not sure that it is in every diocese. And to Simon Butler, yes, we all must engage to make this process work. So with those points, and thanks to all who've spoken, I commend the motion.
Thank you. I therefore put item 503A, that the Clergy Discipline Amendment Rules 2021 be considered, to the vote. This will be by the Crystal Voting Platform.
The voting period is now open and will end in 2 minutes. The voting period will end in 15 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
There voted in favour 305, against 0, and no recorded abstentions. We come now to the amendment at item 516. The 40-member procedure applies. That means that the mover of an amendment will have not more than 5 minutes to speak to it. I'll then call on the Reverend Paul Benfield to speak for not more than 5 minutes in reply. If the amendment is not supported, it will lapse unless 40 members indicate by means of a green Zoom tick that they wish the debate to continue and the amendment to be voted on. I therefore call on David Lamming to move his amendment item 516. David, you can speak for up to 5 minutes.
Good morning, members of Synod, Mr. Chairman. This is a very simple amendment, and I understand that it is going to be accepted. It's an amendment to Rule 3, which at present, as framed in GS 2199, would provide for an additional set of words, effectively, in the complaint form. The words, the relevant events in chronological sequence for a timeline, or what I always used to call a chronology when I was in practice. Now, the reason for this, it is a very useful document for anyone considering a complaint or the response to a complaint or dealing with a case. It's a document which realistically and practically is best produced to sit alongside all the other documents in the case so that you can relate to them and look back at where they fit with the chronology. What my amendment does is to take the timeline out of the complaint form and make it a freestanding document. That has the advantage also that there will be no need to amend all the statutory forms. And members of Synod, you'll have seen from other amendments in these amendment rules that it's proposed to remove the option for parties to submit a document which is not a statutory form, but a form to the equivalent effect. If that had stayed in, if that particular amendment is passed, namely that there must be a use of the statutory form, not an equivalent document, all the forms would need to be amended under Rule 3 as it currently stands. So, members, I hope that explains the reason for this amendment. It's a practical move to assist not only those who are putting forward complaints or responding to them, but also, of course, to make these rules a little more or a little less complicated in terms of the amendments they're effecting to the main rules of the clergy disciplinary rules of 2005. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that's all I need to say.
Thank you, David, and for being so heroic doing this from your hospital bed. What the other people in the bay must be thinking you're getting up to, goodness only knows. I now call on the Reverend Paul Benfield to respond to this amendment, to reply to it. And Paul, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a helpful amendment, which I'm very happy to accept. From my own practice at the bar, I agree with David that it's much more helpful to have a timeline in a separate document to which one can refer whilst looking at other papers. So I don't think I need to say anything more other than to accept it and to wish David all the best in a speedy recovery.
Thank you. This item is now open for debate. I call Valerie Hallard. Valerie, you have up to 3 minutes.
I just wanted to, Valerie Hallard, 266 Carlisle. I just wanted to make the point, which I was concerned about in support of this amendment. When the statement had been must, I was concerned that some victims of trauma are characteristically unable to produce such a document, that the narrative is difficult to record chronologically, and I think we need to use this amendment to ensure that those people are not disadvantaged. Thank you.
Thank you. Jane Ozanne.
Thank you for unmuting me. Ozanne, Oxford 379. Just very briefly, I want to back up exactly what Valerie has said. It's very difficult, I speak as a victim, to be able to go back and try and think sometimes through the order of events. The word must be removed. But more importantly, I want to thank David. I think it's extraordinary the diligence that he serves the Synod with in going through this tooth and nail, and from hospital speaking out. David, we owe you a huge grateful vote of thanks, and I'm sorry if people have been sarcastic or rude to you. I think at the moment that we all respect you enormously, and thank you for bringing us this attention to us.
I see no one else indicating. Oh, David, you just raised your hand. Given what we just said, do you want to have another word?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, really just to thank everybody who has expressed good wishes to me. I have had one or two messages on text, and particularly just now to thank Ozanne for her kind remarks. I have to say I'm in a room of my own now, so I've been able to take the headphones off. Just to explain, I'm waiting a transfer to Papworth for heart surgery maybe in a week's time, but that's why I'm able to participate in Synod, because I'm feeling really well at the moment in hospital, but just waiting for that transfer. I think that explains to everybody why I've been able to concentrate on Synod papers last week with really nothing else to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David, and you are in our prayers as you approach that. I see no one else indicating, therefore I put item 516 to the vote. This is by the Crystal platform.
The voting period is now open and will end in 2 minutes. The voting period will end in 15 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
There voted 300 in favour, none against and no recorded abstentions. Therefore, that amendment is carried. I now call on the Reverend Paul Benfield to move item 503B, that the Clergy Discipline Amendment Rules 2021 as amended be approved. You have up to 5 minutes, Paul.
Chairman, thank you. I don't think it'll take that amount of time. I might just say, in relation to the last two comments about the chronology, that it's not intended to be a comprehensive account, but simply the key dates in order. There would, of course, be no penalty on survivors or others if they could not, for good reason, provide such a timeline. That said, I don't need to repeat what I've said earlier, and so I move that the amendment rules be approved.
Thank you. This item is now open for debate. I see no one indicating. Therefore, I put item 503B to the vote, and this is by the Crystal platform.
The voting period is now open and will end in 2 minutes. The voting period will end in 15 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
There voted 306 in favour, with none against and no recorded abstentions. Having been carried, therefore, the rules will now be laid before both Houses of Parliament pursuant to the Statutory Instruments Act 1946. Thank you, Synod. This concludes that item of business, and I will now hand the chair to Rachel Jepson for the next item.
Good morning, members of Synod, ecumenical friends, and anyone else tuning in. We come to item 5 on the agenda, which is the appointment of Mr. Clive Mather to serve as chair of the Pensions Board for a second term. For this item, members will need GS 2200. Members of Synod, it has been brought to my attention that there is in fact an error in the agenda and on order paper 2 in relation to the wording for the motion set out at item 5. Therefore, please note that the expiry date of the term of office should be Tuesday, the 30th of April 2024, as set out in paragraph 7 of GS 2200, rather than Sunday, the 31st of March 2024, as stated in the agenda and on order paper 2. So I hope that that's clear, and therefore the motion reads that the appointment of Mr. Clive Mather as chair of the Church of England Pensions Board for a further term expiring on the 30th of April 2024 be approved. So I invite the Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, to move item 5. You may speak up to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Justin Welby, 001 Canterbury. The Church of England pensions measure amended yesterday by the Legislative Reform Church of England Pensions Order 2021, subject of course to parliamentary approval, provides for the Archbishop of York and I to appoint a chair of the Church of England Pensions Board with the approval of the General Synod. One of the effects of the Legislative Reform Order is that a new board is put in place on the 1st of July 2021. And in order that that board is not left without a chair for those first few days in July before the next meeting of Synod, we are asking the Synod to approve the appointment of Clive Mather to continue in the role from 1st of July 2021. The General Synod approved Clive's appointment at its February 2019 group of sessions following an extensive selection process chaired by the Bishop of Manchester. Following an extensive executive career, Clive Mather undertook several non-executive roles, including the chair of Tier Fund, the Garden Tomb Association, and chair of the Shell Pensions Trust before joining the Pensions Board. Since taking office, Clive has shown great, remarkable, and imaginative commitment to the role. He has shaped the board's strategy. He has led the board in its extraordinarily influential impact on worldwide ethical investment, working closely alongside the church commissioners. He has transformed its approach to its beneficiaries, and he has led it through the legislative reform process that we considered and approved yesterday. Archbishop Stephen and I commend unhesitatingly and with warmth the continuing appointment of Mr. Mather as the chair of the Church of England Pensions Board to the Synod, and are deeply grateful to him for his willingness to continue with this work. Chair, I beg to move.
Thank you. Item 5 is now open for debate. The speech limit is 3 minutes. Members, please remember to indicate that you wish to speak by using the blue hand. Thank you. I see that the Chair of the House of Laity, Jamie Harrison, wishes to speak. So I call you, Jamie, please. Thank you.
Jamie Harrison, Durham 299. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we were all so impressed yesterday by Clive's input to the pensions debate. I was struck by the fact that the chair gave him 5 minutes after everyone else had 2 minutes, but we won't go there because he was worth the 5 minutes, even if not even more. I think it showed us the generosity of heart and spirit of his clarity of thinking and the gentleness in which he took us through to a point, I think, which was really so helpful to take the measure through. So I just want to reinforce what Archbishop Justin said, to refer back again to paragraph 5 of where Clive has been so effective across so many ventures in his life, and so glad that he's willing to do this work, which is of such huge value, not just to clergy in the church, but also those of us in the laity who are very concerned that our clergy friends and colleagues have a good outcome for their pensions and for their housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. I now invite John Spence to speak. Thank you.
John Spence, Archbishop's Council 467. On your behalf, I chair the Joint Employment Cum Service Board and the Board of Checks Limited. On both those boards, we have trustees from the Church Commissioners and from the Pensions Board, and Clive is one of those representatives. In addition to all that you've heard about his competence, I have come to greatly value his quiet challenge, his great statement of values, his continual concern for the welfare of our people and for the beneficiaries of the Pensions Board, as evidenced by the work he was very keen that we undertook around issues of unconscious bias in the context of race. Clive has greatly enhanced both the quality of our discussions and the grace of our conversations. So quite apart from what he does for the Pensions Board, his contribution to our wider thinking is hugely appreciated. Please don't think that this is one chum talking for another from some cozy enclave. I can assure you that the challenge he gives me as chair is indeed quite clear. It's the sort of challenge that makes you feel the need and want to change. I support this motion.
Thank you very much, John. I see no one indicating that they wish to speak, so we will move straight to the vote. Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. Of course. I invite the Archbishop Justin to reply to the debate. You have up to 5 minutes. Sorry about that, Archbishop.
Oh, I really sympathise. I'd have preferred the other way around. But thank you, Rachel. Justin Welby, 001 Canterbury. Just to say, John and Jamie have both added very warm commendations of Clive, with which he will be deeply embarrassed because he is a very humble man, and with which I entirely agree. I hope Synod will vote strongly for this. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Archbishop. So we do now move to vote on item 5, the appointment of Clive Mather as Chair of the Pensions Board. I put item 5 to the Synod by ordering a vote. Thus, this is a counted vote of the whole Synod on item 5. Voting will take place using the Crystal Interactive Platform. If members are content with the appointment of the Chair of the Pensions Board, please select for. If members are not content, please select against. And if members would rather abstain, please select abstain. Thank you.
The voting period is now open and will end in 2 minutes. The voting period will end in 15 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
The voting for the appointment of chair of the the appointment of the chair of the pensions board, that was a Freudian slip, is as follows: 301 in favour, 0 against and 1 recorded abstention. Item 5 is carried. Thank you very much. That concludes this item of business. We are now going to move straight on with item 6 on our agenda. Thank you. So, as just mentioned, we come to item 6 on the agenda, which is the appointment of Dame Caroline Spellman to serve as chair of the Diocese Commission until the 30th of April 2022. For this item, members will need GS 2022-01. So this time I invite the Archbishop of York, Stephen Cottrell, to move item 6. You may speak up to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Rachel, thank you very much. Stephen Cottrell, 002 York. Dear friends, chairs of the Diocese Commission are appointed by the Archbishops, and it is a pleasure to propose the appointment which is listed at item 6 on your agenda. The appointment comes at, I believe, something of a kairos moment for the Church of England as we begin to emerge from the COVID pandemic and reflect on recent months and together shape a new future for the challenges that face us. And I'm in no doubt that the Diocese Commission will have a really important part to play in this, and it is therefore particularly timely to be proposing a new chair today. Dame Caroline Spellman will be known to many of you as a distinguished parliamentarian, a government minister, and lately as a Second Church Estates Commissioner, an office she relinquished only last year after standing down as a Member of Parliament. Her political skills, her understanding of the Church of England, but perhaps most importantly, her love and commitment to the Church of England and to the gospel make her ideally suited to this role. The motion before you today proposes that Dame Caroline be initially appointed for a term up until the 30th of April 2022, and that's because that's all that's permitted by statute, as all commission appointments formally end on that date. This period, nevertheless, provides a valuable window of opportunity for Caroline, the Commission, and others in the wider Church to help us chart a new route map that will guide us in the future, drawing on the other strategic initiatives, particularly the Vision and Strategy work stream, transforming effectiveness, and the whole overall emerging church work. So I do hope that this will meet with enthusiastic approval. I'm sure Dame Caroline is the right person at the right time to help us with these questions that we face. However, before formally proposing her, I think it's only right that we pay tribute to the tireless and faithful work of the previous chair, Michael Clark. who had to stand down on health grounds, and also to record our thanks to Father Paul Benfield, who has in this interim period been steering the Commission with great wisdom and great faithfulness. Therefore, Synod, I wish to formally propose that Dame Caroline Spellman be appointed as Chair of the Diocese Commission until 30th of April 2022.
Thank you, Archbishop Stephen. So item 6 is now open for debate. The speech limit is 3 minutes. Members, please remember to indicate that you wish to speak by using the blue hand. Thank you. I see that Liz Paver has done that, so I invite Liz Paver, the Vice Chair of the House of Laity, to speak, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Rachel. Liz Paver, 407 Sheffield. I wish to support this motion most sincerely, that Dame Caroline Spellman be appointed as the Chair of the Diocesan Commission. Members will recall, and the Archbishop has always drawn our attention to this, that Caroline was a very active member of this synod in her role as the Second Estates Commissioner, and she proved herself to be a real friend and champion of the Church and the synod, both in Parliament and across the dioceses, where many have been grateful for her support and advice. I support this motion wholeheartedly and hope the synod will benefit again by her work, as I'm sure they will. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. So I invite Gavin Oldham to speak, please, and then Tim Hind. You both have 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Gavin Oldham, Oxford 378, and a member of the Diocese Commission. I would like to extend a warm welcome to Caroline Spellman in her appointment as Chair of the Diocese Commission. I have worked with Caroline as a Church Commissioner and much appreciate her diligence and her sound judgment, which will be of great assistance to our work on the Diocese Commission. In his answer to my supplementary question on the multiplicity of diocesan accounting systems last night, John Spence pointed to the key underlying issue which makes it difficult for the Church to work more efficiently: the fact that each diocese is an independent charity in its own right. Yet we know that we must persist in seeking a more effective structure where administration no longer takes up so much of our time and resources, and where the huge differences in diocesan wealth are addressed. It's for all these reasons that I look forward to Caroline Spellman joining our work in the Diocese Commission, and I warmly support her appointment. Thank you.
Thank you, Gavin. So Tim Hind, please. Thank you.
Tim Hind, 247 Bath and Wells. Thank you for calling me Chair. It was as a very nervous, newish member of General Synod some 20 odd years ago that I stood in front of the Archbishop of Canterbury and asked him a question about why he was asking us to rubber stamp the appointment of members to the Archbishop's Council. And the reason why I asked the question was because I felt that there was no transparency in terms of the process by which these people were selected. And I am absolutely convinced that Caroline will do a brilliant job, and I'm going to support this motion wholeheartedly. But I would like to ask that for the future, appointments of this nature are fully documented in terms of the process by which the archbishops came to their conclusion. And I wouldn't necessarily have thought about this particularly, but yesterday we had Archbishop of York talking passionately about transparency and racism. And I just wanted to know whether or not, during the process of discernment, whether or not there were a number of candidates that had been proffered for the archbishops to consider, and how many of the UKME community were involved in that shortlist. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. I invite Pete Broomvales to speak then, please. The speech limit is now 2 minutes. Thank you.
Canon Peter Broomvales, 316 Guildford. Dame Caroline Spellman and myself have both been commissioners together, parliamentary colleagues. I think it's an extremely good appointment. One of the things that MPs suffer from are boundary changes, boundary commissions, and obviously the Diocese Commission does do that, but hasn't been that active recently. Her confidence and the way in which she's always been discreet and confidential and actually almost serene in the way she's conducted some of our reports on the Board of Governors of the Church Commissioners does make her an ideal candidate, or the ideal candidate. I would, however, having read the last report, urge her to look again at what happened with the Bishop of Ludlow, who was also an archdeacon. It was a combined role of a bishop and an archdeacon. I well remember bringing this up when we had David Hope and Rowan Williams. And I did propose that this could be considered again because it can work very well. And I would hope that might be something that she will look at with her fellow commissioners. I also pay tribute to Father Paul for the deputy chairmanship that he has conducted so well, and to Michael Clark for what he did before. This is a good appointment. It's a very exciting time. Who knows what the future holds, whether there will be more dioceses combining, whether there be another large diocese such as we had in Leeds. But I wish her well, and I support.
Thank you, Peter. So I invite Nick Baines, followed by David Lamming. You both have no more than 2 minutes. Please keep it as brief as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Baines, 22 Leeds. I strongly support this appointment and look forward to working not as part of the Dioceses Commission, but supporting the Commission, hoping that we might actually learn something from what the Commission's already done. The West Yorkshire scheme began over 10 years ago. The Diocese of Leeds is now 7 years old, and much can be learned from that experience that is not currently.
Thank you, Nick, the Bishop of Leeds. So, David Lamming, I invite you then, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's good to be able to speak about something that's not legislative. I just wanted to say that I very strongly endorse the recommendation and the proposed appointment of Dame Caroline. I had experience when serving as a member of the revision committee for the legislative reform measure about 3 years ago now, to experience Dame Caroline's wisdom and guidance when she attended a meeting of our committee in her capacity as a member of the Ecclesiastical Committee of Parliament. So I'm sure that she will provide not only wisdom, but that wealth of experience when she takes up, as I'm sure she will, this new role as chair of the Dioceses Commission. And I wish her well. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I see no one else wishing to speak. Oh, Charles Reid. Right. Okay, Charles, I will give you 1 minute, okay, please? So if you can really keep your point as succinctly as possible, that would be great. So I invite Charles Reid to speak then, please.
Yes. Thanks. Sorry to sort of put my hand up so late. Charles Reid, 181 Norwich. It won't take a minute to say that I want to support what Tim Hines said. A bad process can give a good result. I think this is a good result in terms of the person we're being invited to appoint. I think the process needs revision. It is not a good process.
Thank you, Charles. I appreciate you keeping that comment brief. Thank you. So, as I see no one else wishing to speak, indicating that fact, I ask Archbishop Stephen to reply. You have up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone who's spoken. Charles Reed's and Tim Hines' comments about process, they are noted, and I'm new to this game, so they are noted. We will look at that. Nick, Bishop of Leeds, we do certainly need to learn from what's happened in Leeds, and I think there has been a tendency for us to think, goodness me, that was difficult. Let's not do that again, rather than that was difficult. We've got so much to learn, because we may need to do something like that again. And I'm sure Caroline Spellman's leadership will be such a positive one, as Peter Broomville's put it so well. I mean, she is the ideal candidate. Thank you to Liz and others for their endorsement of her and their commitment to her. And just to briefly reflect on the helpful things Gavin Oldham was saying, as we move forward as a Church of England, we must be led by our vision to be centered on Jesus Christ, shaped by the 5 marks of mission, a Jesus-shaped church. The Transforming Effectiveness agenda is looking at how we can ensure as far as possible that our resources go to frontline mission by being effective as we can. And this will have implications for every part of church life, including the number of bishops, the appointment of bishops, the type of bishops we have, and therefore the dioceses themselves. So I think we have the right person to work with us on making these decisions as we move forward. And therefore, several of you spoke as if Caroline had already been appointed. I sincerely hope that will shortly be the case.
Thank you, Archbishop Stephen. So we move to vote on item 6, the appointment of Caroline Spellman as Chair of the Diocese Commission. I put item 6 to the Synod by ordering a counted vote of the whole Synod. Thus, this is a counted vote of the whole Synod on item 6. Voting will take place using the Crystal Interactive platform. If members are content with the appointment of the Chair of the Diocese Commission, please select for. If members are not content, please select against. And if members would rather abstain, then please select abstain. Thank you.
The voting period is now open and will end in 2 minutes. The voting period will end in 15 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
The voting on item 6, the appointment of the chair of the Diocese Commission, is as follows. In favour, 302, with 0 against and 4 recorded abstentions. Item 6 is carried. Thank you very much. That concludes this item of business. We are now going to move straight on with item 7 on our agenda before taking a break. Thank you. So, as just mentioned, we come to item 7 on our agenda, fellow members of Synod, farewells. We bid farewell to Christopher Foster, the Bishop of Portsmouth. Therefore, I invite the Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, to present the farewell. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel, for inviting me. Justin Welby, 001 Canterbury. Chris can't be with us at this synod as he is at his own farewell service in Portsmouth Cathedral. The photos are just wonderful, by the way, and I haven't seen them all. They keep catching my eye. They are just delightful. So I want to take this opportunity to say thank you, farewell, and God bless to Chris and Sally. Chris served as a curate in Lichfield and as an incumbent and a chaplain in an Oxford college before he became Subdean of St Albans Abbey and then Bishop of Hertford, and then moving to become Bishop of Portsmouth. Prior to ordination, Chris was an economist and has always been a teacher. He's keen to communicate the gospel and keen to help others develop in their own discipleship and thinking. I'm sure it helps being a bishop having been an economist, as all the forecasts will be wrong, and one of the most important phrases that can be used both by economists and bishops is, it all depends on what you mean by. I might add that, as we well know, economists' other favorite phrase is, on the other hand, which is why Macmillan asked to only have one-handed economists appointed. Bishops need to be able to say, on the other hand, for they are indeed Anglicans and therefore walk in the middle of the road. In some ways, before we looked at the photograph, Chris might come across therefore as a bit of a traditional bishop, and before that, priest. But as we all know, looks can be deceptive, and Chris is in many ways what you might call an early adopter. My own experience is that in the House of Bishops and in many other places, he has not spoken often, but always spoken wisely. And one is extremely unwise to ignore what he said. He was an early adopter of smartphones and iPads, which led on one occasion when in a meeting of the House of Bishops, a certain individual who I shall regrettably leave as nameless, was pontificating at length. At which point a loud voice from Chris's pocket, one of these automatic answering things, suddenly announced, "I'm sorry, I didn't understand that." I'm sure the voice spoke for others in the room as well. As a bishop, he was a pioneer in appointing a clergy couple to an incumbency on a job share basis. This, I think, caused some controversy in the National Legal Office, who disapproved of such practices at the time, and who, it could be said, got their own back by promptly making Chris serve as chair of Remuneration and Conditions of Service Committee for the next 5 years. He carried this out with his usual diligence and care and with great patience. He is always someone who takes care and prepares carefully for what he has to do. He's been a lifelong member of the Wine Society. The subscription was apparently given to him as an ordination gift. With his usual immaculate timing, the day before the start of the first lockdown, an entire vanload of boxes of wine was delivered to Bishopsgrove, though Chris assured his colleagues that they were not all for his personal consumption. We have not done an audit to see how many are left a year later. As well as being very diligent, Chris is also well known for pastoral care and for caring for all. One example of that is the way he has given time to the Isle of Wight during his tenure of the See of Portsmouth. From an Isle of Wight perspective, Chris was deeply committed to visiting and made hundreds of visits, spending a phenomenal amount of time on ferries, the Fast Cat and hovercraft, and many hours waiting for them when they were delayed. He was the complete expert at working every occasion, be it with over 1,000 young people in the island's church secondary school or any number of the smaller village schools, parish celebrations and meetings. I think his chaplain suggested at one point that if he was tempted to go on mastermind, his specialist subject would be the timetables and workings of the Isle of Wight ferry. Chris and Sally, and I really do want to acknowledge Sally just as a sort of, rather than just saying Chris and Sally as they were all normal, are also famous and much loved for their hospitality, which they demonstrate in Bishopsgrove. And one sign of it is they have 4 dishwashers, but only 1 kitchen. Chris has been keen to foster, I'm so sorry, but I couldn't help doing it just once, a concern for and passion for higher education, also for theological formation, having served on boards and committees for the University of Hertfordshire, University of Portsmouth, Westcott House and Ripon College, Cuddesdon. He is led with distinction in the House of Lords for the bishops and the church on economic affairs and defence. He has built a wonderful relationship with the Royal Navy, as all bishops of Portsmouth have to do. He has reached out to the community. He has most recently taken on co-chairing the English and Welsh, Anglican and Roman Catholic Committee, and has done so again with his usual care and diligence. But also this springs from a deep concern for unity and a concern equally for ensuring the voice of the Church of England is heard loud and clear. Most recently in the diocese, Chris has been remarkable in leading new ways of bringing churches together and facing the diocese with the challenges of recent times pre-pandemic and the consequences of decline in congregational numbers and the nature of society. I'm extremely supportive of all that Chris has done in this regard. It has cost him enormously in effort and at times in morale. And I believe the diocese and the wider church owes him a debt of gratitude for truly pioneering or seeking to pioneer extremely complicated matters relating to pastoral reorganization, from which, as in the last debate, Bishop Nick reminded us also about the creation of the Diocese of Leeds, as with what Chris has done, we need to learn lessons. It was imaginative and radical, and I fear ran into problems it did not deserve. Chris and Sally, I pray that you will enjoy your retirement. I know you have some irons in the fire. I am sometimes slightly anxious when bishops come to the end of their stipendiary service as to what they might do next, but I know in your case, I don't need to worry. I also pray that you will have time to enjoy each other's company, to relish the opportunities for further service. My understanding, incidentally, is you could easily have a new career in setting and organising pub quizzes, not least on the Isle of Wight ferry. And here's something that most people would not have imagined. I know you are an accomplished chimney sweep. You have your own brushes, which you make sure you use regularly. I even know that once when you were driving me somewhere, you went out of your way to collect the kitchen sink, which accompanied us in the car. So as you move, you do indeed have everything, including the kitchen sink, with you at all times. May God continue to bless you both in all you do. Our prayer is for good health and good living to both you and Sally. Thank you so very, very much.
Thank you, Archbishop Justin. We wish you well, Chris, along with Sally, in your retirement. That concludes this item of business. And now I'm sure everyone's going to be pleased that we've got a scheduled screen break. So we will adjourn for 15 minutes. And then the legislative business, draft safeguarding code of practice measure, will follow starting at 11:25. Thank you very much. Enjoy your break.
Synod, welcome back. We now move to final approval of the draft safeguarding code of practice measure. There is to be no final drafting stage, so we can go straight to item 501. So I call upon the Dean of the Arches to move item 501 that the measure entitled Safeguarding Code of Practice Measure be finally approved. She has up to 10 minutes. Can the Dean speak for up to 10 minutes, please, to move item 501?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We just had a slight technical hitch in here for some reason, but now working. Synod, this measure, which we looked at in some detail yesterday, is short but profoundly important. As the policy and explanatory notes make clear, the measure is an important part of the Church's response to the 2019 ICSA report on case studies relating to Peter Ball and the Diocese of Chichester. We know that the sin, error and poor process revealed in that report was not a one-off, because we now have ICSA's second report, other shocking reports, and Synod has heard directly for ourselves the powerful testimonies of some of those whom the Church has harmed at the November 2020 session. As Christians in the Church of England, we share a collective responsibility to do all that we can to amend the life of our Church. The Bishop of Leeds yesterday quoted William Wilberforce in a different context and a different debate, but his words apply equally in this debate. You may choose to look the other way, but you can never say again that you did not know. What I draw from the first consideration of this measure in November and from yesterday's debate is that Synod has not looked the other way and is instead ready to support this legislation, which provides clarity and certainty about the obligations of those who seek to further the mission of the Church of England in a wide range of areas. Clive Scowen summed this up yesterday when he said, "The truth is that this legislation is uncontroversial." Whilst the signs are that Mr. Scowen's assessment of the mood of Synod is accurate, I would ask now that this is confirmed by a clear and strong vote to pass this measure. As you all know, the message that we send to the wider Church and to the country whose people we seek to serve is important. The specific impetus for this measure was the uncertainty, and specifically in the safeguarding context of the phrase due regard in relation to the guidance. In the sphere of safeguarding, there is no room for ifs and buts. We need clarity and rigour, and that is what this measure offers. The mechanism's simple. The House of Bishops is to be placed under a statutory duty to issue a code of practice which may impose requirements and an expanded list of persons and give guidance as to how to comply with those requirements for those people. Compliance with requirements will therefore be a legal obligation placed upon all clergy, along with a wide range of lay people working and volunteering in the Church. Steering Committee listened to the points made at first consideration and proposed amendments to the measure which were considered by Synod yesterday. The most significant of these have improved the measure by providing a proportionate way to ensure that the House of Bishops hears the relevant voices of survivors, the two other houses of Synod, and those with oversight of clergy discipline, and democratic accountability is further assured by the ability of 25 members of General Synod to call for a debate on the code. Another important contribution from November's debate was the need to consider enforceability and the projected amendment to the Church Wardens Measure 2001 supplies that deficiency, complementing existing legal mechanisms in relation to other listed persons. Therefore, Synod has helped to shape this legislation. We have all worked together to form the measure, and I now ask that it be fully supported. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. The matter is now open for debate. As this is a final approval motion, there are no motions for the closure, the speech limit, or next business allowed. I call on John Mason.
Thank you, Chair. John Mason, Chester 281. Chair, I'm very supportive of this measure, and in particular the extension to the range of relevant persons. In this respect, I would, however, like to build on the comments made by Luke Miller yesterday regarding Section N. He questioned whether it would be made clear in guidance that this would include volunteers. I'm wondering more fundamentally whether any guidance can also make clear who exactly is, quote, a person who works on any basis in a diocese or parish. As every part of England is in some parish, on the face of it, this would appear to cover everyone in the country whose work relates to safeguarding, regardless of their connection to the church. I assume what is intended is a person who works for rather than in a diocese or parish. This means I'm also unsure whether it covers persons employed or volunteering for not only a DBF or PCC, but also any venture that might be fully or partly owned by a diocese or parish, which I assume it should. This measure will be read and used by non-specialists, and so the provision of appropriate accompanying explanation and clarity will be vital. Thank you.
John Freeman.
John Freeman, 278 Chester. I would like to make a point about the amount of time it has taken us to get here. Yesterday, the Dean of the Arches kindly reminded us there was urgency, it was time to get on with it, we should be nimble, and quoted William Wilberforce, you can't get away saying you didn't know. Would like to remind you that David Warren and I were the lone voices in the wilderness when we had the debate on safeguarding after the Chichester report. I commend we've gone a long way. I'm fully supportive of everything that's been done, but I am concerned about the time. Now, we have had racism has now reared its ugly head amongst us, and that is going to be a thing we're going to face. I hope we're not sitting here, or my successors probably, in 6 years' time, still wringing our hands about racism. I hope the Dean of the Arches will remember urgency, being nimble, and getting on with it. And I fully support everything that has been done. Thank you.
I see no one else wishing to speak, so I call upon the Dean of the Arches to respond to the debate.
I thank both the speakers for their contributions, and I'm very pleased to hear the urgency of this duly noted and highlighted from the virtual floor of Synod by John Freeman. Thank you for that. In response to John Mason, as we all know, the measure provides for a great deal of careful work and thought to go into the code for consultation, to inform the code, and undoubtedly the points which he makes can be taken up in the code. Just looking at this as a lawyer for the moment, and you'll have to forgive me because that is what I am. I am quite satisfied and would seek to reassure Synod that the phrase in a diocese or parish or at a cathedral, and those phrases which are qualified by for the purposes of a mission initiative, as well as the context of this as a Church of England measure rather than a piece of general legislation in an Act of Parliament, make it quite clear that the focus is upon church work rather than other forms of safeguarding work. So it is properly precise, but I would also say that it is properly wide-ranging to make sure that we regulate ourselves properly in the way in which we have been held to account by ICSA and indeed by survivors groups and voices. And so I would suggest that subparagraph N of clause 5A2 is appropriately precise for legislation, but would very much endorse the desirability of the code, making that really clear what the parameters are. And I'm grateful I can see Mr. Mason nodding there. That's one of the advantages of this format. And nobody has spoken against this as a principle. Clive Scowen, I think, really did speak on behalf of Synod when he described this as uncontroversial yesterday. And as we know, Clive Scowen is one of those people with a track record of scrutinising matters before Synod very carefully and diligently. And so I would suggest that considerable weight can be given to his analysis of the situation. And I ask again for a resounding vote of confidence for this from Synod so that it can go to Parliament with a resounding vote of confidence from Synod and indeed out into the Church and the wider world. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for your work too on chairing this debate.
Thank you very much. So, members of Synod, the question is that the measure entitled Safeguarding Code of Practice Measure be finally approved. In accordance with Standing Order 37, I order a formal counted vote by houses. This will take place by the by the Crystal voting platform. Those of you in favour should vote for, those against, and those wishing to abstain should abstain.
The voting period is now open and will end in 2 minutes. The voting period will end in 15 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
So on item 501, they're voted in favour in the House of Bishops, 29, none against, no recorded abstentions. In the House of Clergy, they're voted in favour, 131, none against, no recorded abstentions. And in the House of Laity, 146 in favour, none against, no recorded abstentions. The final approval motion has therefore been carried in all three houses, and the Safeguarding Code of Practice measure now stands committed to the Legislative Committee. May I, on your behalf, Synod, thank the Dean for the good work she and others have done in bringing this to a conclusion so satisfactorily and well. And you will have noticed, Synod, that we are ahead of time. So I am, if we might take a couple of minutes, but I'm calling upon the chair of the Business Committee to move a variation in the order of business. So if you just stay there, and hopefully he'll be with us very soon.
Robert Hammond, Chelmsford 273. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to propose a variation in the order of business under Standing Order 91A. As you said, we've been able to get through that business due to the efficiency of members very well, and we have freed up some time in the agenda. Therefore, I propose, Chair, that we vary the order of business to bring forward item 504, the Clergy Discipline Measure Code of Practice, which, due to a request by a member, is no longer deemed. Thank you, Chair.
Synod, that has my consent, but it requires your consent as well. So I need you through a Zoom poll to give consent if you're in favour of bringing forward deemed business, which I may remind you was scheduled for later on this afternoon to now. Then you'll press for. If you're not, against, and abstentions.
The voting period is now open and will end in 30 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
Members of Synod, that has quite clearly been carried, and so we now move to deemed business.
Good morning, Synod. We are now at item 504, the Clergy Discipline Measure 2003 Code of Practice. For this, you'll need GS 2205. Code of Practice under Section 39 of the Clergy Discipline Measure 2003 for approval. Pursuant to Standing Order 71.2, a member has given due notice of a wish to debate the Clergy Discipline Measure 2003 Code of Practice. I therefore call on Dr. Jamie Harrison to move item 504, that the Clergy Discipline Measure 2003 Code of Practice be approved. Dr. Harrison has up to 10 minutes.
Jamie Harrison. Jamie Harrison, Durham, 299. Madam Chair, thank you very much for asking me to speak as an appointed member of the Clergy Discipline Commission. As we noted earlier, where reference was made to the Commission and this particular code of practice, this is an extremely important document, and I'm grateful that it's been asked for debate, that we might approve it. Yes, noted GS 2205 is the key document, with the explanatory notes at GS 2205X, which are extremely helpful to guide us. And so I'm grateful for this work and this opportunity. And for the non-lawyer like myself, it is especially helpful to provide a step-by-step guide to the operation of the measure and its rules. Without it, navigating the legislation can be extremely difficult, a bit like me trying to put up an IKEA bookshop without the instruction leaflet. Now, the Clergy Discipline Commission is responsible for overseeing the operation of the CDM. Under Section 39, it is the duty of the Commission to formulate guidance for the purposes of the CDM generally, and with the approval of the Dean of Arches, in order to promulgate the guidance in a code of practice. The first code was issued in 2006 and has been revised since in February 2011 and again in 2013 and 2016, and this is the latest revision. What it does not have is the force of law. It is a statutory code and must be taken into account at all times. Compliance with the code is considered to be best practice. And coming to the revisions of the code, which we must, and these are helpfully highlighted in red in the report, I will tend to look at some of them, but not all the revisions, you'll be pleased to know. And I want to look at 5 areas to bring to your attention. The first is that of presentation. The code has been reformatted in order to be much more user-friendly. There are now included links to the key documents and materials that anyone involved in an allegation of misconduct should be familiar with. The Commission's hope is that navigating oneself around the code will therefore be much easier. Secondly, in terms of the rules, amendments. Synod this morning has passed the Clergy Discipline Amendment rules, and the code has been updated to take account of those changes. Then third is that Commission guidance has been incorporated. From time to time, the CDC issues statutory guidance on aspects of the CDM under Section 3.3 of the measure. That guidance is published separately, but where relevant, has now been incorporated into the code. In particular, members will note the guidance on the importance of confidentiality and privacy for all those involved in CDM proceedings. Fourthly, the procedures relate to the resolution of minor complaints. The CDM is for the resolution of allegations of misconduct which are serious in nature. It is not a complaints procedure. Bishops may from time to time receive complaints that are not sufficiently serious to warrant the use of the CDM, but nevertheless the bishop is of the view disciplinary action needs to be taken. The Bishop at Lambeth's working group on the operation of clergy discipline is examining ways to ensure that proper triaging of all complaints into an appropriate track for their disposal and dealing with. While it is a matter for the bishops how they wish to deal with more minor complaints, the Code of Practice now proposes a procedure formulated in conjunction with the Ecclesiastical Law Society, that the Commission commends for adoption. And getting some wider comments that I've been hearing about the nature of complaints, I just want to quote paragraph 13 to you on page 14, because I think it helps to clarify again for us the purpose here. And I quote, "This code of practice gives guidance for the purposes of the measure. The measure is concerned with formal disciplinary proceedings which have been instituted in accordance with the law." And then added in red as new, "It is not a complaints procedure and it deals only with allegations of misconduct, which are serious in nature." If we look at the word allegation, it goes over 200 times in the text and reminds us every time that allegations are exactly that. They are allegations. And finally, training and pastoral care. There is a re-emphasis on the importance of both training and pastoral care, something that Joyce Jones picked up this morning earlier. Coase makes clear that the responsibility to ensure these are properly provided for lies with the diocesan bishop. And just as I finish, it's important to note that I and other colleagues are listening in and writing down all comments made in this debate. Note one from Joyce Hill this morning in relation to the words due regard, which has been noted. And as we take things forward, I'm sure will be incorporated in due course. So I do commend the revisions to the Code of Practice to you and ask that the code in its current new form be approved.
Thank you. Item 504 is now open for debate. The speech limit is 5 minutes. I call on Simon Talbot, followed by Peter Collier.
Thank you, Chair, and I welcome the opportunity to speak. And indeed, I asked for this to be debated on the floor of Synod today. Picking up again the constituency of the Church of England clergy advocates and the Sheldon community, there's one element I think that we're very concerned about, and it's the reference in the new paragraph 46 to the, quote, guidelines for professional conduct, unquote. These guidelines are top-end aspirations, and one might say pretty woolly at that, whereas complaints and misconduct should be dealing with the bottom end below which a clergy person is not safe to practice. Most of the amendments to the code are reasonable, and the main problem was a lack of clear context towards replacement. We've already covered that this morning. There's one paragraph in particular that we'd like to celebrate and well done to the drafters. That's paragraph 104. Allegations based upon grievances, disagreements, and/or minor acts or omissions, however genuine, are not of sufficient substance and should be dismissed. And that's a very welcome step to try to reduce the number of low-level complaints that actually end up through the CDM process. So thank you to Dr. Harrison for his presentation this morning, and it's been good to be able to hear clergy colleagues in particular, but also lay members who are concerned about the present CDM to look at the code today. Thank you for calling me.
Thank you. Please may I remind speakers to give their synod number and diocese and name as they start their speech. Peter Collier next, please, followed by Paul Ayres.
Peter Collier, 456, ex officio, Vicar General, York. Thank you, Madam Chair, for calling me. And I declare an interest that I chaired a working party for the Ecclesiastical Law Society in relation to the CDM and its need for revision. And I very much favour all the amendments to the code. In particular, the emphasis on the distinction between, on the one hand, serious misconduct, and on the other hand, less than serious misconduct and grievances. The practical attempt to direct the latter into another route is to be commended. Currently, stage one, as it's described in the code, barely exists because there is no consistent way that dioceses deal with matters outside the measure, and the majority of dioceses do not have any such formalized route. In November 1996, when Synod was considering what might be called the white paper for the current measure, Synod asked that just such a system as Appendix A be added to the draft measure when it was brought forward. Unfortunately, that never happened. And it's clear to me that many of the current problems with the clergy discipline measure flow from those drafting the measure not doing what Synod then asked. But there are two things that need to happen now. First, Appendix A must be adopted by all dioceses, and I'd encourage all bishops to look to action it quickly. Any major revision of the measure will inevitably take some time to take effect, and this is a necessary step. Second, as has been mentioned several times, we await proposals for a new clergy misconduct measure, as I would prefer to call it. But I must express a growing concern about the greater scope now being looked at that Bishop Tim referred to both last night and at greater length this morning. Of course, there are wider issues about capability that must be addressed, but at the end of the day, we will need a misconduct measure to deal with serious misconduct. There's talk of a white paper. My understanding is a white paper gives a clear indication of the proposed legislation and doesn't just float headlines and promises. Currently, I'm afraid that it's unclear where those proposals are coming from, who's drafting them, who's agreeing them. The issues that have to be resolved are clear, and decisions must be made about what is going to be proposed. It's less than 11 weeks until I hope we will all be safely here in York. What is being put into the code today needs legislation so that we can, in the future, direct the lesser cases into the lower track, which even under the code we cannot do. And until we have legislation, many of these issues will continue. I hope I'm proved wrong, but I wait to see. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call on Paul Ayres, followed by Martin Sewell. Thanks.
Thank you. Paul Ayres, Leeds 130. I broadly welcome this. There are many improvements in this code of practice. I'm grateful to Simon Talbot for giving us the chance to debate it, because there's two areas that I just want to draw to Synod's attention and ask for further work. One is section 52, which says that the Archdeacon should ordinarily bring the case and not leave it to the private individual concerned to do so. I've unfortunately had to do this a couple of times, and the current form, I think it's form 3, is it, requires me to sign to say that the allegation is true. Now, if I'm not the person bringing the allegation, but simply doing it on behalf of a private individual, how do I know that it's true? I think that needs a little bit more consideration. The second thing is in paragraph 113, the important issue of help and advice for respondent clergy. This says that every diocese must, in bold and underlined, maintain a list of appropriate persons to offer practical help, advice, pastoral support, and identify where respondent may obtain legal advice. My question is, who are these people? It's very easy to say that every diocese must do this, but who are they? Where are they to come from? It's not in anyone's job description, and you are largely looking at volunteers. Rather worryingly, further down the paragraph, it says that deanery chapters are well placed to provide support and practical assistance for those clergy who are responding to an allegation of misconduct. When I read that, I thought, really? You want your colleagues in deanery chapter to know that an allegation of serious misconduct has been made? You want to tell them what it is? And what expertise do you think that peer colleagues in deanery chapter have in helping you to obtain legal advice and giving pastoral support? So I think a lot more thought needs to be given to the practicalities of this. It's no good just batting it back to the dioceses and saying, well, dioceses need to sort this house out. So I'd ask for further work on those things. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on Martin Sewell, who has 5 minutes. After that, the speech limit will go down to 3 minutes. And I call on Mr. David Felix after that. Thanks. Martin.
Thank you, Chair. Martin Sewell, Rochester 391. I shan't need 5 minutes. It's a fairly simple point. On paragraph 81, I'm looking at the allegation may be made to the bishop of the diocese where the priest or deacon resided. where the alleged misconduct occurred unless similar proceedings are already underway elsewhere. And I'm not altogether clear as to what that might mean. Are we talking about proceedings that arise out of the same incident, where it could be a duplication of process? Or if there is, for example, a suggestion of harassment, there may be a harassment in a hospital or a prison and in a church. And I just wonder how we work out when our church proceedings will take priority. How is this going to be determined? Which set of proceedings take priority? I wonder if that could be clarified, please.
Thank you. Now, Mr. David Felix.
Thank you, Chair. David Felix, Chester, 85. I declare an interest insofar as I've was involved with the revision of the Code of Professional Conduct and also served on the revision committee for the Terms of Service legislation. Over the last 10 years, we have had a plethora of legislation, codes of practice, guidelines in a number of areas of work which affect the way in which clergy operate, not just in terms of service, the normal contractual employment relationships between clergy and the church, but also in the area of safeguarding. And all of these are to be welcomed. My concern is that there needs now to be some sort of preparation, maybe of a handbook for clergy, where all this legislation, codes of practice and guidance are drawn together so that it's clear to the clergy exactly what is expected of them and how they must operate. At the moment, it's getting to seem to me a bit like a dog's dinner. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on Mary Durlacher, followed by Rosie Harper, and the speech limit remains at 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Mary Durlacher, Chelmsford, 271. Having listened to the comments, I think it is so helpful that we do have a chance to comment. It's a very important document, this one, and the comments have added to our understanding and the nuance. So in future, please can we think hard before deeming them. It's been really beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosie Harper, please.
Thank you, Rosie Harper, Oxford 190. It's a very simple point, but I think it just needs to be delved into a little bit more. And that is that almost by default, almost automatically, the Archdeacon is the person who represents the complainant. And I've been involved in various cases where this has been less than stellar because, very simply, it means that the complainant no longer has complete control over their own story. And the information goes to the complainant via the Archdeacon. And the quality of that relationship can be great, but sometimes it can be not so great. And I think particularly for people who have suffered from an abuse of power, to automatically allow the Archdeacon to say, don't worry, it's all right, I'll do it, I'll sort it for you, can be less than helpful. And it leaves people feeling they've just lost control of their own story. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Paul Cartwright, please.
Thank you for calling me Chair. Paul Cartwright, Leeds 131. I'd just like to pick up on a point that was made by Archdeacon Paul Ayres from my diocese. I think he made some really good points. The interested party being the Archdeacon creates a problem in that quite often the Archdeacon is the pastor for the clergy as well. And so the person who's actually the interested party is the person who may be actually laying the information in relation to the complaint. I wonder if we could maybe have a little bit of joined up thinking. Clergy now have subscribed to the National Register, and I wonder if we could maybe just amend that with a tick box of peer supporters, and we could maybe look at training some people up, be it via advocates, unions, or those who are just interested party of supporting peers. So actually we could maybe offer the chance for someone outside of a diocese to provide that support, so it doesn't have to fall on the Archdeacon's shoulders, who may be actually laying the information. Thank you.
Thank you. John Appleby.
Thank you. It's a very simple point. I notice in the on page 17 of the notes, it says that, get my reference, sorry, in item 12 of the notes, it refers to paragraphs 25 and 29 of the Code of Practice about a cleric who relinquishes their orders, and this covers somebody who relinquishes their orders after an allegation has been made. However, it doesn't make clear what happens to somebody who has completed their deed of relinquishment and the allegation is made after that. So I think there's a little bit of clarification about what happens to a historical allegation in this case, if I've understood this correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll next call Christopher Smith. Then I will test the mind of the Synod on a motion for closure. Christopher Smith, please.
Just a very small point, really, to pick up something that Simon Talbot said and perhaps respond to his point about paragraph 46, which is that my recollection from the decided cases is that those who sit in tribunals have been using the professional conduct guidelines for some time. And so in a sense, I think paragraph 46 simply regularizes that situation. Thank you. Christopher Smith, London 168.
Thank you. I will now test the mind of Synod on a motion for closure, and I will do this on a simple Zoom vote.
The voting period is now open and will close in 30 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
That is clearly carried. So I will call on Dr. Harrison to reply to the debate, and he has up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and what a rich conversation. Thank you to so many speakers, and particularly Simon Talbot, who actually set this debate off. Otherwise, I think Wanda Mary Derlock's very helpful point, there is a risk that Dean Business is missed, and we don't get this rich engagement with people and their comments. To Simon and also to Christopher Smith, I think an issue around the convocations, of course, are responsible and produce the guidelines for the professional conduct of the clergy. They are guidelines, but I think it is regularising what's already happened, as Christopher says, that these are being used, and guidance is guidance. It's there to be looked at and to be utilised. But I'm pleased that Simon enjoyed paragraph 104 with its movement towards trying to reduce activity, particularly with lower level complaints. I'm grateful, as always, to Peter Collier, really calling everyone to connect with Appendix A, but also questioning the scope of what he just describes as the future clergy misconduct measure will look like, picking up Bishop Tim's points earlier today. A number have commented on the role of archdeacons, Paul Ayres and Rosie Harper particularly, and Paul Cartwright. And they are such a key person in this context. Of course, they can delegate responsibilities if they are concerned about being involved, wearing two hats, as it were, supporting both sides of the conversation, and also connecting, I think, with the whole area of peer support. Some question around the role of the deanery chapter, and again, I think that's, again, what is the best supportive mechanism rather than going into the details. Certainly when I was involved with doctors having difficulties professionally, it was trying to balance the professional input and just colleagues who could be there to support. And at the end, of course, the bishops are responsible. But I take Paul Ayres' point about that and how we manage to get the right people, and perhaps Paul Cartwright's brought around a list of peer supporters. Martin Sewell asks a technical question. I've taken advice. It's a wonderful thing to have a WhatsApp connection with your lawyer at the other end. I think, Martin, it suggests you can't have two parallel processes in a CDM. In other words, not running two cases together within the CDM process. But I think it might be helpful for Edward or others to come back to with more technical detail than I can offer. David Felix, yes, I think you're right. It is very complicated. I sit on the National Safeguarding Steering Group as well as the Clergy Discipline Commission. So much coming through, and a handbook might well be helpful. Whether it's a dog's dinner, we can discuss, but I do think there needs to be, as I think we're trying to do, have greater connectivity and interconnection and join up, going back to comments earlier on the use of the words around due regard. And John Appleby, I think if you go, I'm told, back to the 1870 Clerical Disabilities Act or Disassociations Act or whatever it was called, where clergy in 1870 were told they couldn't be clergy anymore, that still applies. So in fact, the measure doesn't apply to those who have already left orders. I think that's the case, but I'm happy to be corrected by my legal friends. I hope that covers most of the contributions, if not all, and I'm very grateful for them, and we've been noting them. And we'll come back to you if that's helpful in the future. And I think the point here is that this is work that needs to continue with regular commitment to revise and amend the code of practice. So I do hope and ask that you would support this and endorse this version of the code of practice under the CDM.
Thank you. I now put item 504 to the vote. This will be a counted vote of the whole synod on item 504. Voting will take place using the Crystal voting platform.
The voting period is now open and will end in 2 minutes. The voting period will end in 15 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
They voted in favour, 285, no votes against, and 6 recorded abstentions. That completes this item of business and indeed this session. So I conclude this session and we resume after lunch at 1:30. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Synod. I hope you've been sufficiently strengthened by a hearty lunch. We now move to item 8 on your agenda, for which you will need sight of GS 2202 and the order paper 3. There is considerable interest in speaking on this item and a number of votes which we will need to take as amendments have been tabled. So can I please invite members to observe some discipline in not re-rehearsing stuff that we've heard from other people. But I'm going to now invite Aidan Hargreaves-Smith to speak to and move item 8. Aidan, you have up to 12 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, members of Synod, if during a July group of sessions, as you innocently make your way to the Minster on a glorious Yorkshire Sunday morning, the Archbishop of Canterbury sidles up to you and encourages you to take on a modest task, make your escape, is my advice. I failed to do that in July 2018 and now find myself here, 2.5 years, many meetings, 2 fringe events, a synod-wide consultation, and about 800 emails later. But I have had the huge privilege
We'd love to know what that privilege is, Aidan. I think it's worth giving him a moment to hopefully return to us. Synod, whilst we find out what the technical gremlins are busy at, I would just urge patience for a few moments longer.
Is he asking to have the...
Synod, I understand that the tech gremlins have been wrestled back into submission, but Mr. Sam Margrave has raised a point of order. Sam, let's hear your point of order, please, before we continue the item.
Sorry, Chair, my point of order actually, now you've wrestled the gremlins, is actually for after my speech, if possible. Delay.
Just 1 second, Sam. So you're not making a point of order, Sam?
Reserve my right to later on, if okay.
Point of order withdrawn. Okay, thank you. Aidan, I invite you to speak to and move item 8 if you want to. I'm aware that you didn't know that you'd frozen, so it may be advisable to start from the beginning of your speech. Thank you, Aidan.
Chair, I'm very sorry. I'm here in Church House, as you know, and so reliant on things here. I'm grateful to you for letting me start again. Chair, members of Synod, if during a July group of sessions, as you innocently make your way to the Minster on a glorious Yorkshire Sunday morning, the Archbishop of Canterbury sidles up to you and encourages you to take on a modest task, my advice is to make your escape. I failed to do that in July 2018 and now find myself here, 2.5 years, many meetings, 2 fringe events and a synod-wide consultation later, not to mention 800 emails. But I have had the huge privilege of working with a wonderful group of colleagues whose wisdom and perspectives have illuminated their frank and gracious contributions. And together, we thank Professor Ian MacLean, whose support as a consultant broadened our understanding of electoral theory and practice, but also opened to us the practical and profound experience of a Quaker discernment. In the busyness of our synod business, we do well to remember our need to wait on God and the power and effect of prayerful silence. Our terms of reference were expanded so that in addition to considering the process of election of diocesan representatives and central members to the CNC, we also looked at the question of declaration of interests. It became clear to us that our work in considering a broader theologically informed view of representation was not a separate task, but a fundamental basis for everything else. We considered various models of representation carefully, and as we set out in the report, we strongly preferred that model which recognizes that our identity is in Christ, and that we find our common identity in our membership of the body of Christ. It thus follows that our responsibility as representatives is to that body. It also follows that all members of that body should be equally able to represent that body without distinction. We would develop that preference simply by noting that those chosen as representatives must be a credible representation of the whole. They must carry the confidence of the body. And they most obviously do that by demonstrating a breadth of understanding and perspectives, of experiences and thinking, as well as a genuine care to engage constructively and honestly for the good of the whole body. As we undertook our work, we were very conscious that the Church has too often been rather better at proclaiming commitment to diversity, inclusion, and genuine welcome than it has been at turning it into reality. Synod, the responsibility is ours to do something about that. The group believes that a mere process review would be wholly inadequate. As we grappled with issues of trust, accountability, and responsibility in the context of electoral processes, it became clear that only a fundamental change of culture could bring about the environment in which the model of representation we have identified might flourish. So how might we encourage and bring about that culture change? You won't be surprised to learn that we did not identify one simple solution, but we did return repeatedly to a number of key principles. That we must not only care more for the other than for ourselves, but must live that out in our institutional life. That we must recognize that we always benefit from hearing different voices and perspectives and experiences, and that ensuring the breadth of these is not just desirable, but a necessity. That we need to distinguish true discernment from other forms of decision-making, and that we have a care for genuine openness, attentive listening, and waiting on God. Ultimately, we believe we need to find a fresh narrative to frame the vocation of an elector, the vocation of a candidate, the vocation of a representative, to reflect a new understanding, a renewed understanding of our behavior as voters and candidates and elected representatives as a crucial part of our Christian calling. A narrative that recalls us not to a sense of exercising rights and powers, but rather of our duty and obligation, our responsibility to the body and to the whole church. I'm sorry there isn't time to go through all 38 recommendations, but I offer some brief observations. To support the development of a greater sense of trust, we propose that the General Synod Code of Conduct is reviewed, though building trust is the responsibility of every one of us. We invite synodical bodies to consider how their processes and decision-making might more effectively be rooted in Christian discernment. An annual report from the CNC will provide a proper degree of accountability. In relation to the election of central members, more information will be available about the role, and a fringe meeting at the February Synod prior to July elections every 5 years would serve to engage and guide both electors and, we hope, a wider range of prospective candidates. A fuller, structured candidate statement and a gathering at the July Synod would facilitate engagement between candidates and electors. Our inexperience has led us to propose a context of liturgical and prayerful discernment together for the elections. We're clear that the simplest and clearest way of enabling a greater breadth of experiences, perspectives, and thinking amongst the elected central members is to increase the number of them. However, we accept that there should be no increase in the number of 6 central members engaged on any particular vacancy. We considered many options and ultimately came back to an idea in the O'Donovan report. We thus propose that the houses of laity and clergy together will vote for pairs of candidates, with the top 3 ranked pairs of laity and the top 3 ranked pairs of clergy being elected. The pair will normally determine which of them will serve on a particular commission. We believe that the reduced time commitment and increased flexibility also mean that a wider range of synod members will be able to consider standing, especially those whose family responsibilities or employment arrangements currently prevent that. We also recommend that if the Archbishop in the chair considers there is an important perspective missing from the Commission for a particular vacancy, then after consultation with both central and diocesan members, an additional member may be co-opted. In the light of the submissions made to us about the significance of electoral mandate and accountability in the synodical context, we concluded this co-opted place should be non-voting, like the Prime Minister's and Archbishop's appointment secretaries. Our recommendations in relation to the Vacancy in C Committee seek to give that body a fresh vitality it has perhaps not often had, other than following the announcement of a vacancy. In the hope of engaging a wider range of people in its work, we propose that serious consideration be given by the committee to questions of whether it fully reflects the diversity of the diocese, to inform both its work and any nominations by the Bishop's Council. We believe that by making the chair an ex officio member of the Bishop's Council and Diocesan Synod, it will be more likely that a wider range of candidates will be considered for that role. And we feel that the chair will have greater freedom to be attentive to the work of the committee and ask the difficult questions if she or he is not eligible for membership of the CNC. Amongst other procedural changes, removing the restriction on members from proposing or seconding more than one candidate as a diocesan CNC rep will also, we believe, increase the diversity of candidates. Our work on declarations of interest was set in the context of our vision for a synod where openness and frankness are expected and valued. We considered approaches in different spheres and concluded that the particular legal and fiduciary nature of trusteeships and directorships make it reasonable to require their inclusion in a synodical register. But we were not persuaded that establishing a register, listing synodical groups or other affiliations would do more than risk the very labelling and pigeonholing we wish to guard against. We're also mindful of the potential for innocent breaches and believe that a system built on trust and a wider culture of honest engagement with a simple reporting mechanism to Synod is the best option. Chair, the group understands some members may have concerns or questions about some proposals. The advice we received is that the endorsement sought in the motion is a general endorsement. It does not suggest that those voting in favour agree with every detail. We thus welcome Dr. Harrison's clarificatory amendment. Members will also realise that any matters of significance will come to Synod in the form of changes to standing orders or regulations. So the Synod will have an opportunity to engage with the detail of specific proposals at that stage, but only if the motion is passed today. Chair, yesterday, the Archbishop of York spoke of the significance of our belonging to one another in Christ. That common membership, that common identity is surely both an immeasurable joy and blessing and the most profound responsibility. In this report, the group invites the Synod to rejoice in the diversity of the body of Christ, in the fact that every one of us is fearfully and wonderfully made, and to renew our commitment, individually and collectively, to be faithful in our responsibilities to each other, most especially in responsible representation. Chair, I move the motion at item 8.
Thank you. A word about how we'll take this item with reference to diversity and ensuring representation throughout this item. So can I please request members to be trimming any speeches that you may have pre-made, because I intend to call as many voices from Synod as I possibly can for this item in the time that we have available. I now invite Jamie Harrison. Oh, no, I don't. Apologies. Just to get us going, we're going to take 2 speeches on this item before we then start taking the amendments in turn. I'd like to begin by calling Brother Thomas Saville, followed by Abigail Ogier for her maiden speech. You both have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Chair. Thomas Saville, 446 Religious Communities. I must declare an interest. I served on the body which produced Discerning in Obedience, and which gives me a certain bias. I wish to thank those who have worked to produce this report, and in particular to the ability to maintain the theological standards which I hope were seen rightly in Discerning in Obedience. I welcome in particular its attention to practicalities, and I hope that in our engagement with those in the future, as they come to Synod, that we will give serious attention to the question of fundamental culture change, which Aidan Hargreaves-Smith has referred to. Culture change is something which is very hard to to make effective. One can agree with one's mind before one agrees with one's body and one's behaviour, and they are usually much more difficult. The Church of England's experience with safeguarding, I think, is a good testimony to that. Despite a huge amount of goodwill, it's taken us many years to get to where we are now. I hope that with this, which is arguably a smaller area, definitely a smaller area, we will do better. I want to speak on a question which I think is can be summed up by the business of fear. Both reports have made reference to the question of parties and the danger of what discerning and obedience calls entrenched attitudes and spoiling behaviour. Now, nobody, of course, in the Synod would ever be guilty of entrenched attitudes, or even less spoiling behaviour. But as we know, they will appear. And many of the things which we think are for the good of the Church will be seen by others as entrenched attitudes, and possibly rightly. Much of that comes from fear. Fear that we are not going to be heard, fear that we are being marginalised, and that the Church is going to suffer. That question of fear underlies the threat, the difficulty of a culture change in this area.
Brother Thomas, I'm afraid your 3 minutes are now up. So can I invite, please, Abigail Ogier to make her maiden speech, after which I'd like to hear from Pete Broadbent before we then consider our First Amendment. Thank you, Abigail.
Thank you, Chair. Abigail Ogier, 363 Manchester. I'd like to speak in support of the motion to adopt the recommendations of this report, which, together with the previous Discerning and Obedience report, I found very helpful reading in terms of reflecting not just on the matter under consideration here, but also on our role at General Synod and throughout church government structures. I think that the proposed recommendations will help to improve representation, but there is a need here, and indeed in our wider discussions, to consider what barriers will still remain in achieving a representative mix of people, both on CNC and in Synod itself. However hard we work to consider and represent diverse perspectives, we need to be in contact with the full diversity of the Church to achieve this. Since my election to Synod last October, I have detected a genuine wish to improve diversity on Synod, which is most welcome. But I wonder if we need to raise our awareness of the barriers that can prevent some from standing, whether for Synod or for subcommittees such as the Crown Nominations Committee, particularly barriers perhaps for lay members. I don't need to tell members that membership brings with it significant time demands in terms of attendance, preparation and reading. We need to keep in mind that these will be more achievable for some than for others, and that work and family commitments, particularly in the earlier years of adulthood, are likely to restrict the pool of candidates for Synod itself, and even more so for demanding roles such as CNC membership. Even among people of working and childbearing age, there will be differential impacts of the demands, depending on issues like how secure or otherwise their employment is, how much paid leave they're entitled to, what family support they have, and even where they live geographically. And of course, the inequalities in society make some groups more likely to face higher barriers than others. There are additional barriers such as limited disposable income and concerns about travel and accommodation cost, or physical access needs and concerns about whether or not these will be met. For others, there are barriers relating to whether we feel that Synod is for people like us, whether for reasons of individual confidence, lack of visibility of people we can relate to, or because of historical harm done to a group to which we belong in the name of the Church. Some of these barriers can, I think, be quite simply addressed. It would, for example, be helpful for clearer information to be given as a matter of course about issues such as repayment of out-of-pocket expenses something that I had to explicitly ask before standing for Synod. I'd also suggest a clear and proactive system for gathering information about physical access needs and then making sure those are met. I also think mentoring of new members of committees of Synod by longer standing members might be helpful, and I personally have found it very helpful to meet with colleagues within my diocese ahead of meetings, on which note I'd like to thank the other Manchester representatives for their support from all houses. As we, I hope, move to implement the recommendations of this report, we must work to address both real and perceived barriers to participation too. Thank you.
I call Pete Broadbent. You have up to 3 minutes, Pete.
Thank you, Chair. Pete Broadbent, Bishop of Willesden, Southern Suffragans, number 46. Chair, I have served on Crown Nominations Commission 3 times as a DARS representative for 3 different bishops of London. So I've watched the development of all this stuff over the years. And I support the objectives of greater inclusion, particularly people of colour, of greater transparency about people and representatives and what they bring, and also the accountability questions about the register of interests. But I can't endorse the report in the way in which we're being asked to do, and I think we do need to change that and look again at it. Let me put down 5 questions that I think we need to ask about this report. The first is, I suspect there is a skewed view of politics in this. I don't share the O'Donovan line, which says that if you're all nicely talking together in a room, politics is somehow not present anymore. And I'm suspicious of a report that puts politics into inverted commas, as it does at paragraph 18. Politics and power are given by God to be used for the benefit of all. You can't excise politics from what goes on in discussions just by pretending you're working towards a consensus. So my first question, and perhaps it's worth saying to Synod members, if you read Malcolm Brown's very helpful paper on theological reflection and the system of the C of E, you would find that really helpful in terms of understanding that. My first question is, does the consensus building approach that O'Donovan advocates, which you've now written into this report, actually have a value-free approach to things? Or is it a way of ensuring that what you get is the least worst possible candidate? If you take controversy out of the conversations, you don't necessarily get what you need. Secondly, does the fiddling around with the CNC membership give you enough continuity? And does it serve the clergy and laity members of the permanent members of the CNC, or will it in fact automatically put power back into the hands of the archbishops and the secretaries? In other words, you know, if you've got lots of people paired off together, are they actually going to be able to have a real understanding of things and the continuity you need over several CNCs to understand what's going on? Thirdly, what sort of bishops are we looking for? Could a maverick bishop, for instance, ever be appointed under this? I declare an interest. But obviously there is the sense in which I think being maverick is something which we do need to bring to bear from the point of view of saying people who are characters, people who are different, people who think outside the box, but who have the requisite gifts to be a bishop may not survive through this kind of process. Fourthly, does the desire to control the vacancy and C committee process effectively mute the voice of the diocese? What kind of ways is all this fiddling going to help us with the diocese being able to advocate for what's required when it comes to CNC? And then finally, are we reinforcing monepiscopacy in all this? The danger of this process is that if you take less notice of what the diocese is saying and seek to exclude the diocesan voice in all this, you end up with the usual understanding of the heroic monepiscopal diocesan bishop riding in to change the diocese. Now, some dioceses may be basket cases and may need it, but
excuse me.
Let's think again about that.
Maverick or not, I'm afraid you are out of time. Point of order, David Banting.
Thank you for allowing me. I tried to pass this on to the chairman informally. I don't know what the precise standing order regulation for members' professional conduct, but the reference in the previous speech is to the General Synod Code of Conduct. Could I make this request? In view of certain comments during Thursday's webinar on this item, may I ask the chair of this item to request that all contributions to this debate remember the mutual commitment we have all made to the 5 guiding principles, and in particular to due respect to all, and the commitment to enabling all to flourish within the life and structures of the Church of England.
Duly noted, thank you, and I'm sure members are mindful of that, and thank you for the reminder to us if we had forgotten. We will now move to consideration of the First Amendment. I invite Jamie Harrison to speak to and move item 36. You have up to 5 minutes, followed by a response from Aidan and the Commission, who will also have up to 5 minutes to respond. Thank you, Dr. Harrison.
Jamie Harrison, Durham 299. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think I heard that you asked that I should move the amendment. My amendment seeks to do 3 things. Firstly, it allows for a period of reception of this work, during which time Synod members can deliberate, reflect, and seek counsel together. Hence the word receive rather than the word endorse. Secondly, it gives those Synod members who cannot endorse the recommendations in full, in their entirety, either because they don't agree with one or more of them, or perhaps, like me, don't fully understand the implications of the proposals. It gives us the ability, in good conscience, to support the motion going forward, rather than to derail it at this stage. Thirdly, by adding in the extra words at the end that I've added, a roadmap which relates on the face of the motion, which otherwise we don't have, a clear way forward to involve both the legal office and the Synod's own Standing Orders Committee, so that we can then come back to make decisions at future meetings of the Synod, fully informed by them and with clear facts in front of us in relation to amendments to both the legislation and the standing orders. Now, and thank you to Aidan for his early comments on the amendment. It is intended absolutely to be friendly and hopefully to be facilitative. Equally, it does not seek to block or impede any of the further amendments on the notice paper. They're perfectly legitimate and will be debated fully, I know. So in offering this way ahead, I hope to open up the conversation to enable more time for reflection and conversation together, but it does also give us clearly on the face of the motion a direction of travel which we can't avoid. So in view of that, Madam Chair, I beg to move the amendment, standing in my name at item 36.
Thank you. Aidan to respond.
Chair, as I indicated, we welcome Dr. Harrison's proposed amendment. In fact, this is what the group had expected would happen in any event, and we're grateful to him for setting that out so that that's clear for members of Synod. Thank you.
This item is now open for debate. The speech limit will be 2 minutes from the outset. First of all, I call Simon Cordell, followed by Jane Patterson. Thank you.
Chair, I wish to speak in favour of Jamie Harrison's amendment, as I've been agonising somewhat over the recommendations in the report, as I support the broad direction of travel. As I looked at the recommendations in greater depth and considered how some would work, I've been troubled that some seemed overly prescriptive and others might run clearly into the law of unintended consequences. And if I can give just a couple of examples to illustrate the point. Firstly, recommendations 9 and 10 in regards to the election of central members, calling for an electorate across the houses of clergy and laity, but yet placing a restraint to allow the first 3 pairs of clergy and laity to be elected rather than the first 6 pairs without constraint. This is perverse. Firstly, it means that you can't have mixed pairs of clergy and laity, which would be a logical extension of a joint electorate. And secondly, that it means that the issue of leapfrogging, which the report touched upon, does come into play. And there is the possibility of a pair being over-promoted above the 6th pair that the electorate voted for. If we're seeking to have trust in the process, this has the potential to do the opposite. If we want a joint electorate, we should just go for everything without constraint. In recommendation 11.7, that concerns one of the pair resigning, causing both to resign. That will have ramifications that are perverse as well. given that Synod has placed its trust in both members of the pairing to be elected. If both have to resign when one does, then under Synod's by-election rules during the first 2 years following an election, the single now unpaired member would not be able to stand in the rerun election, which would deny Synod giving votes to someone that they had previously given their trust to and elected. And after the 2 years have elapsed for normal by-election rules, they're not fought under STV votes, but under a majoritarian vote, which would mean that the balance of CNC could be changed in all sorts of ways. It would be much better if the remaining member could continue.
Thank you. Can I remind members to begin their speech with the name and number at Synod? I call Jane Patterson, followed by Stuart Fife. Thank you.
Jane Patterson, Sheffield 406. Chair, thank you. Thank you too to the CNC ERG and to Aidan, who has served this Synod, this committee and numerous CNCs so well. I'll declare my interest here. Elected by Synod in 2012 and 2017, I'm now a veteran of more than 23 CNCs. I also have the dubious distinction of having had my 2017 election appealed by a former CNC colleague. I have a few observations to make. The central purpose of the CNC is to nominate the name of a candidate for a vacant diocesan see to Her Majesty the Queen, bearing in mind the needs of both the diocese and the national church. If we aspire to an episcopate that reflects the whole COV, surely the discerning or nominating body should do that too. Election of both central and diocesan members is therefore key. It's also vital that members of each CNC serve together to achieve this goal. The evidence is that we can do that in 95% of vacancies. However, if we drill down further, there does seem to be an issue regarding mutual flourishing. And therefore, I would ask Synod today is, are we prepared to use our vote for mutual flourishing? I have, will you? As far as the recommendations are concerned, I think we need to look at the 5 guiding principles, CNC pairings, and the scope of monitoring and declarations of interest. In summary, I support this report and this amendment as a helpful, practical way ahead. Thank you.
After Stuart Fife, I call Paul Ayres, after which I'll be proposing a motion for closure on the debate on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Stuart Fife, Carlisle 079. I also welcome this amendment, allowing us joyously to receive this very careful report, but to give proper consideration to each of the recommendations. We've already rehearsed the fact that this is such an important issue, and there's a huge concern to make sure that we become a properly diverse church. But I think there are some serious concerns over some of the recommendations that, in fact, to me, seem to tend the other way. For example, the recommendation that members are elected across both houses, clergy and lay, seems to me to diminish the distinctive voices of laity and clergy. So Dr. Harrison's amendment gives us the chance to give this some really careful attention. It is clear that something must be done, but we mustn't fall into the old trap of thinking something must be done, this is something, therefore we must do it. Something must be done. This is a very, very good start. Let's receive it joyously and have the opportunity to really look into it item by item to ensure that we really do become a diverse church and not one that simply gravitates towards the centre or allows the loudest voices to dominate. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul, can I ask whether you are speaking in favour or against this amendment? You're still on mute, hold fire. Are you in favour?
I think there are problems. I think there are problems either way, with the amendment or without.
I'm just wanting to know whether, because we've heard a number in favour, so I would be willing to hear another speech on this item if it were against the amendment. I'll propose a motion for closure after your speech. Go ahead, Paul. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Ayres leads 130. I prefer the amendment to the original, but Aidan says that endorsing or receiving the report doesn't imply accepting all the recommendations, but he knows as well as I do that when later it comes to legislation, we will be told you've already voted for this in principle, and therefore we have to move in this direction. And I think even Dr. Harrison's amendment could be misused in that way. He did say it gives us a direction of travel which we can't avoid and seems to commit us irrevocably. So it still seems that if we don't like all of the recommendations in the report, we have to vote against the whole thing. And that seems to me very unfortunate, but almost inevitable given what is in front of us.
Thank you. I would now like to test the mind of Synod for a motion for closure on this item using a simple poll, a Zoom poll. Thank you.
The voting period is now open and will end in 30 seconds.
I want a crystal now.
The voting period has now ended.
The motion for closure is carried. I now put this item to the vote using the Crystal voting platform. This is a counted vote of the whole Synod on item 36. Thank you.
The voting period is now open and will end in 2 minutes. I'm sorry, we're going to start that vote again. The vote is live now and you have 2 minutes. No, I'll write them down. The voting period will end in 15 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
Those in favour, 302. Those against, 9. Recorded abstentions, 10. This item is carried. We now move to item 37, and I invite Joyce Hill to speak to and move item 37. You have up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Joyce Hill leads, am I unmuted? Yeah. Yes, Joyce Hill leads 326. The amendment that I'm proposing, which you have on your order paper number 3, which was issued towards the end of the lunch break, relates to the election statement that CNC candidates need to produce. The report itself itemizes several topics that will need to be covered in that statement, but it does not recommend that candidates specify their position on the consecration of women bishops. My amendment seeks to ensure from the outset that this information is indeed noted as being requested to be provided. I take the point that was made earlier on that if you don't put in certain caveats, expectations and the rest in a document of this kind, or a motion of this kind, as you go along from the beginning, you get to a position where you can't reintroduce it because it wasn't there at the beginning. So we need to get it into the beginning, I think. Without the amendment, the report's recommendations for what's included in the statement leave too much room for the fudge and wriggle that is not helpful to electors. The amendment arises from an informal discussion earlier in the week, including clergy and lay, who shared a firm agreement that this is fundamental information which needs to be made clear to all electors, and that the proper place for it is the statement itself, rather than being simply a matter for discussion in some form of hustings or conversations, which I know are part of the recommendation. I submit on my own behalf and on behalf of many others, as I well know, that the explicit provision of the information specified in the amendment is essential to the transparency and trust which must lie at the heart of how the CNC is constituted and how it conducts its business. It's a standard of transparency and trust that the Church requires the CNC to display and to be seen to display. Now, I appreciate that many people will want many things to be made explicit in the election process to CNC, but I hope they won't vote against this amendment simply because it focuses on one central issue. Chair, I beg to move the amendment standing in my name at item 37.
Thank you. Aidan, would you respond on behalf of the CNC as briefly as you feel able to? You have up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. To be clear, of course, I'm responding on behalf of the group. I did have the opportunity to discuss this. The whole group has considered this proposal. You'll see the membership of the group in the report. And the group has unanimously agreed to firmly resist this amendment. We hope that all candidates will engage frankly with electors, in particular in relation to the matters we've highlighted in recommendation 8.4. And we believe the framework envisaged in that recommendation provides an opportunity for that. Any candidate may set out their personal position on a range of issues. Our concern is that this amendment would introduce a specific question on one issue, and that is an approach which would fundamentally go against the culture that the report is trying to create. There is another risk that we could go on with specific questions ad infinitum and simply find ourselves ultimately having labelled all the candidates before the true discernment has started. there is a risk, we also feel, in the proposal that it may be perceived as assuming that those who in conscience and on theological grounds are unable to receive the ministry of a diocesan bishop who is a woman would undertake their responsibilities differently from those who are able to receive that ministry and rightly rejoice in it. Surely the question is about how any candidate will engage across the full breadth of the church, and that's what we would engage all electors and all candidates to, we would encourage them to engage in. So we resist this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Members must now indicate whether you wish to debate this amendment using the green ticks. There needs to be more than 25 in order to open a debate on this amendment. If you would indicate now, please. That threshold has been reached. Item 37 is now open for debate with a speech limit of 2 minutes from the outset. I'd like to call Caroline Herbert first, followed by Anne Foreman. Thank you.
Thank you for calling me, Chair. Caroline Herbert, 372 Norwich. I would urge Synod to resist this amendment. I think Aidan has probably said in some ways better than I can many of the reasons, but partly I think we just don't want to clutter up this motion with detail like this. Keep it simple. I'm sure people who might stand for CNC have heard the concerns and would consider including such an item in their election address. But it's also, remember the recommendation at 8.5 that members of Synod should be seeking out those who are standing and exploring their statements further. And I think the place for discussions around such an issue such as this is much more in conversation. You can explore the nuances, you can explore what people, sort of how people might work it out if they were elected to CNC. And you can do that in a context of friendship, of understanding one another, of listening well, rather than pigeonholing people based on a few sentences in an election address. And I'm also unclear how this might work in terms of the proposal for pairing of candidates. And I understand there's a desire that those pairs might be diverse. If this sort of idea is insisted upon, then you end up saying that you can be diverse in any way other than theological conviction around the ordained ministry of women. So Synod, please resist this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. After Anne Foreman, I call Wyn Bainan. Thank you.
Anne Foreman, Exeter 308. Thank you, Chair. I speak as a member of the group presenting this report and as someone who has served on 2 different CNCs for 2 different dioceses, and also as the elected chair of the Exeter Vacancy and C Committee. I also speak as a long-time supporter of women's ordained ministry, and I'm very proud to have been involved in the Guildford Diocesan Synod motion that came to General Synod and pressed for the legislation to be brought forward to enable the episcopacy to be open to women. I've asked questions concerning transparency, and as a group, transparency in promoting diversity has been central to our work. And section 3, paragraph 8 outlines the process by which Professor Hill's question can be addressed in the opportunities provided to explore the statements. Responsible representation needs responsible electors. And as electors, we can call out fudge when we see it, and we can challenge statements that are worded in code. But secondly, and more importantly, I think, the tone of Professor Hill's amendment seems to me to fly in the face of our understanding of discernment. Indeed, it undermines the spirit of discernment so clearly described in Discerning and Obedience, the springboard for our report. Discernment is a gift, quite distinct from expressing preferences. And when considering who is to exercise discernment over God's anointing of a new bishop, the O'Donovan report gives the answer, the whole church. The whole church includes those unable to accept the ordination of women. They have been assured of their place in the church, and we have committed ourselves to mutual flourishing.
with those holding different views. Those of us preparing this report have been thoughtful and prayerful in our approaching our task. We are also a group of men and women who want thought and prayer to result in action, hence the implementation outline. Members of Synod, central members of the CNC, are charged with an awesome responsibility of discernment. The processes outlined in section 3 will serve to enable to make responsible choices. Professor Hill's amendment is unnecessary. Her concerns can be addressed elsewhere, and I urge Synod to resist it. Thank you.
Thank you. After Wyn Bainan, I call Tim Good, and if you could both be as brief as you are able. Thank you.
Thank you. Wyn Bainan, 237. Fortunately,
We're having some technical problems. I'm going to call Tim, and hopefully that will give you time to resolve your technical sound issues. Tim Good, thank you.
Tim Good, Southwark 221, a member of Archbishop's Council. I've heard all that has been said, but actually I do welcome this amendment and hope that it will be received as a step towards changing the culture by rebuilding trust and transparency and ensuring that members of the General Synod who are generously putting themselves forward to serve on the CNC are fully abiding by the General Synod Code of Conduct, and that we charged with electing the members of General Synod who will help make up the CNC hear directly of the vocations, gifts and opinions of the candidates, thus actually avoiding assumptions, allowing for surprise, encouraging robust and honest conversations and mutual flourishing. Unfortunately, in the past with the CNC, and especially with what happened in 2019, voting for secret ballots to continue, I think that this amendment ensures openness of conversation and an ability not to hide. And I think this amendment also has implications beyond this debate, as surely it is through rebuilding trust and transparency in our processes and relationships that we will further a change of culture and regain the integrity needed as we will seek to respond to the Archbishop of York's call to rid the Church of the sin of institutional racism, for example, and play our part in challenging issues of injustice in the world and in the Church. Thus, I pray that this amendment will play a small but important part in rebuilding that trust and transparency. And so I urge Synod to pass it. Thank you.
Thank you. Wyn, shall we try out your sound? Let's have another go.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for calling me. Wyn Bainan, 237 Worcester. The 5 guiding principles are actually the elephant in the room here. They're always put out as being this wonderful thing that's sorted us out as a church, and in one way they did. But the truth is, the 5 guiding principles are an untruth at the heart of our church. It's a way of getting around the fact that we're 2 very different churches. The Church of England is, rather, Anglicanism has always coalesced around one understanding of ministry, not 2. We are 2 churches. It's important that people who stand for CNC are honest about absolutely everything. Otherwise, the distinction between discernment and choosing really doesn't mean anything at all. I support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I now put before you, Synod, a motion for closure to ensure sufficient time to get to debating the main motion again after our next amendment. I put that to you by means of a simple vote using a Zoom poll.
The voting period is now open and will close in 30 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
That motion for closure was carried. And so I now put item 37 to the vote using the Crystal voting platform. Those in favour should select for, those against, and members are able to record an abstention by selecting abstain on item 37. Thank you.
The voting period is now open and will end in 2 minutes. The voting period will end in 15 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
Those in favour of item 37, 115. Those against, 195. And there are 14 recorded abstentions. Item 37 is lost. We now come to item 38, our final amendment before returning to the main motion. I invite Christina Barron to speak to and move the amendment in her name, after which Aidan will be called to respond. Thank you. You have up to 5 minutes, but less would be much appreciated. Thank you.
I'll do my best. Christina Barron, 245 Artham Wells. I think the first thing to say is thank you very much. I know others have said it, but grateful thanks to Aidan and his group for their prayerful work which they've put into this. Nevertheless, I have proposed an amendment. The group suggests that O'Donovan suggested electing CNC members in pairs. Yes, it did, but O'Donovan suggested we elect a principal member of the CNC and an alternate who would serve if the principal couldn't. There's a lot to be said for that. And fortunately, if my amendment is passed, we can consider that proposal in November, new quinquennium. We can discuss everything from scratch again if we wish. However, that is not the proposal that the group put forward. And the proposal that they have put forward has a number of significant problems. One of them's already been mentioned. If one member of General Synod loses their seat, and that's a problem far more often for clergy because they move between dioceses, then the pair also goes. Another problem indicated by the fact that there's provision for if the pair cannot agree amongst themselves, they're to draw lots. I know there's a biblical precedent, but if we're going to take the biblical precedent all the way, perhaps we should draw lots amongst General Synod members who are willing to serve to select a CNC. The fact that it's possible to anticipate such disagreement that would have to be solved by drawing lots suggests to me that this isn't a particularly good arrangement. What is the problem to which election in pairs is meant to be the solution? That is not clear. The burden is said to be very great on CNC members. I have the enormous privilege of being a member of the CNC. Some years there is quite a lot of work. Last year, we completed 2 nominations, 2 in the whole year. One of those we did entirely by Zoom. This year, we will do 2.5. I am not convinced that that is a greater burden than, for example, being a member of the Archbishop's Council. There are demands placed upon a lot of us who contribute in different ways to the Church of England. But this particular proposal, the pairing proposal, is not an answer to any of those problems. And it has one huge disadvantage. It means that members would only attend half the number of CNCs that they do now. That means last year I'd have been part of 1 CNC. This year I would be part of 1 and just possibly another. We had a question from Charles Reed yesterday about deference. How do we get rid of the tendency to deference in the church? Well, I don't know the whole answer to that, but I'll tell you a way not to do it, is to have more meetings where the archbishops and the appointment secretaries are present, and they have a great deal of experience and know exactly what's going on. And you've got a rotating number of members elected to the CNC who are not able to be quite as experienced, quite as clued up about what's going on, however well the pairs liaise. It's just not going to be quite so good. You will end up with more members who are less confident, and you will have more power inevitably in the hands of those who are always round the table. So I am not entirely clear what the problem is that this is meant to solve, but I think if it is enacted, it will give rise to very many more problems. Many other good recommendations in the report, but please throw out the idea of electing members in equal pairings.
Thank you. Point of order, Paul Ayres. Go ahead, Paul.
Paul Ayres, 130 Leeds. I apologise for speaking again. I'm not receiving the Zoom polls. They're not showing on my screen, and there may be others in that position. I don't know how many, and I wonder if we could revert to using the crystal system until that technical problem is sorted out. Thank
you. We'll look into it. Thank you very much. Can I call on Aidan to respond to Christina Barron? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I had the benefit of being able to discuss this earlier with members of the group, and the group has unanimously agreed to firmly resist, or I should say firmly to resist this proposed amendment. We do see pairings as a key plank of our approach, and I want to respond to a number of points that Mrs. Barron has suggested. The fact that there have only been few vacancies recently is not necessarily always the case. I can tell you during my time on the CNC, there were some years where my entire annual leave was spent on that business. Anything that can broaden the number of people who can be involved helps with the diversity. The fact is that all of those who are elected will be central members, and that theme of partnership is really important. They will all be involved, all engaged, and we see this as being a solution which may have imperfections, but I can assure you we looked at a very many number of models, and we felt that this was the best. I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. This now means that members need to indicate whether they wish to debate this item. Can you do so by using the green tick? I see there are more than 25 members wishing a debate on this item, and so item 38 is now open for debate. The speech limit will be 1 minute from now, so that we can get back, if possible, to item 8 as amended. I call first of all James Walter, followed by Anthony Archer. Thank you.
James Walters, 450 Universities and TEIs. Thank you, Chair. I am speaking against this amendment. I served on both the O'Donovan group that wrote Discerning in Obedience, and which, as we heard, first proposed the idea of electing members in pairs, and then this election process review group, which has developed that in conversation with Professor O'Donovan, I should say, as our principal mechanism for expanding participation and diversity. And that is the issue. We've been asked, what problem is this solving? It is needed to promote diversity, first through bringing more voices to the table, which it will do by doubling the numbers. Second, it will halve the time commitment, which, as we have heard, can be onerous, and which Abigail Ogier very well made the point that that relates to other diversity characteristics and their ability to participate. But third, we believe as a group that it introduces an electoral incentive to diversity, because pairings that represent a broader range of diversity characteristics and or theological positions have the potential to widen electoral appeal. I believe Synod wants to see more ethnic and other minority groups serving on the CNC and will support pairings that reflect that. And that will put the onus on white candidates to think about who they choose to partner with. This amendment to remove the pairs has been proposed with the best of intentions, I don't doubt, by voices among those currently serving as central members. And I think we have to say that now is not the time for those who come to the fore in the current systems of representation to oppose measures designed to promote diversity. I think it's important that this is rejected.
Thank you very much. Anthony Archer, after which I will call Judith Maltby. Thank you.
Anthony Archer, 393 St Lords. I declare an interest as a current central member of the CNC. I'm grateful to Christina Brown for bringing this amendment because it gives us a chance to focus on the important pairing proposal. But I believe we need to continue to explore it and not risk losing it at this early stage. Pairing is a creative solution to meet the concerns identified by O'Donovan and in GS 2202. I believe it will deliver its much needed aims. It may need more development, but we should not detach it at this stage. It's almost bound to deliver a more inclusive approach with different voices. The electorate isn't stupid. It will see what is going on based on the identity of the candidate pair. It's the Biden-Harris strategy. Christina has highlighted drawbacks, and experience might be one of them, but there are all ways around that. One of the pair might have previous CNC experience, for example. And if it was simply to regard the second person as an alternate, then what we're then saying is the only problem is the time-consuming nature of the role. The problem is much deeper than that.
Thank you very much.
We need to work more on the pairing proposal, but I urge Synod to reject the amendment.
Thank you. Judith Maltby, can I check if you are speaking either in favour of or against this amendment?
I'm speaking in favour.
In favour, thank you.
Judith Maltby, University's TEIs 452. I'm also a member of the Central CNC, and like Jane Patterson, I've served alongside her. We were elected in 2012 and 2017. I support this amendment for the reasons that Christina has already given. I would like to emphasize particularly the culture of deference question. The first time you walk into Lambeth Palace, it is a bit intimidating. And it's taken me several years on the CNC to build up the sort of confidence you need to work effectively, at least I hope effectively. So the Archbishop has talked about wanting to rid us of a culture of deference. I'm really worried about whether the pairing system would help us do it. That's my main concern. Thank you.
Thank you. I now propose a motion for closure on this item using a Zoom poll. And in reference to the earlier point of order, the motion has still been significantly carried. So sufficient numbers are getting the Zoom poll as it should be for it to be effective in this case. Thank you. Motion for closure, Zoom poll.
The Zoom poll is now open and will close in 30 seconds. The Zoom poll has now ended.
The motion for closure is clearly carried. We now put item 38 to the vote using the Crystal voting platform. Thank you.
The voting period is now open and will end in 2 minutes. The voting period will end in 15 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
On item 38, those in favour 98, those against 189, with 24 recorded abstentions. Item 38 is lost. We now resume the main motion, item 8, which now stands as amended. Those wishing to speak, please use your blue hands. And as always, time is pressing. I'm going to give a speech limit of 1 minute if you are able. And can I encourage those from underrepresented groups or those who are generally shyer to consider speaking? I wish to call a range of speakers if possible. Thank you. I call Martin Kingston, followed by Nick Land. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, for calling me. Martin Kingston, Gloucester 314. This is in connection with declarations of interest, recommendations 37 and 38. I declare an interest as a member of the panel hearing the appeal into Jane Patterson's appeal to the CNC. The report suggests that there is no need for anything other than basic trustee and directorship disclosure. I want to suggest that something more is required, and although there are suggestions that a generalised requirement for disclosure is really too generalised to be effective, this is about trust, and candidates should be encouraged to declare any interests which they believe might influence people's voting intentions. It's not difficult or complex. It applies in many other areas of the law. You simply make a judgment, and when you make that judgment, you err on the side of caution. If you think something will affect someone's desire to vote for you, then you declare it. Clearer guidance on that would be helpful. The report's recommendations, paragraphs 37 and 38, I don't believe go far enough, and critically, they don't do what the report seeks to do, which is build trust. Build trust by disclosure. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. After Nick Land, I call Rogers Govender. Thank you.
Nick Land, 438 York. I was chair of the Vacancy and C Committee for York, and was also an elected member from the diocese on CNC. And I note that in 136 part 4, it says it's important that the chair of Vacancy and C Committee is well connected with the ongoing life of the diocese. But then says that somehow it's important that the chair of the committee is able to hold the work and life of the committee as objectively as possible, and therefore shouldn't be able to stand for the committee for CNC. And I really don't understand why those two go together. Certainly from my perspective, the fact that I might well face an election increased accountability. I don't understand why the fact that you will not face an election makes you somehow more accountable. And secondly, I think there's an unintended consequence because automatically suffragans are not eligible to stand for the committee. And if we're looking for someone who's well linked into the life of the diocese and who can't stand anyway, then is this unintended consequence going to mean that almost inevitably it will be suffragans that are vacancy and C chairs? Now, suffragans are fantastic women and men, and are certainly doing a fantastic job, but I think there is an unintended consequence there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I call Jane Ozanne, followed by, after Rogers, apologies, Jane Ozanne. Thank you. Rogers Govender, thank you. Oh, we are most definitely having some sound issues. Golly, I don't know what that was. But you're going to need to test your sound, and we'll come back to you. I'll call first of all Jane Ozanne, and then we'll come back to you, Rogers, and hopefully your sound will be working. Thank you.
Ozanne, Oxford 379. I welcome the amended motion. I do wish we'd had passed Joyce Hill's because I think it speaks to the level of transparency that is needed. I
recognise the three key words in this debate as being trust, transparency and diversity. And arguably diversity isn't just about race, it's also about ability, it's about age, and it's about sexuality and gender issues. And for those of us who choose to be open about our sexuality and gender, we immediately, I'm afraid to say, do suffer a consequence. We don't get the same votes of those who choose often to be hidden. So I think we need to look at where we hold in respect people are open. There are three things briefly I wish the report had gone on to do. I think instead of 1,000 words, which are going to be heavy for us to read through a lot of, I think we should have had a questionnaire on key issues, asking direct questions. I think we should be declaring membership of synod groups, not just directorships and trustees. That means that we know we're going to be looking at a new group of members next quinquennium, and they will not know, as many of us do, the ways that people tend
Thank you,
to
Jane.
fudge their questionnaire.
Can we see
Thank you.
whether Roger's sound is now working? Let's have another go. Oh, no. One more try.
Hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
The power of prayer.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rogers Governor, Dean's 58. I want to support the motion with its set of recommendations simply because we know that from past experience, the ability of the Synod to elect members of ethnic minorities to the CNCs have been very difficult for a variety of reasons. And the very fact that the group have taken into account the BLM context and all that's emerging over the past few weeks and months and even days is a sign of hope for me. So I'd like to encourage the Synod to support the recommendations simply because there's a greater opportunity for diversity, certainly racial diversity, and I welcome that very warmly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now put before you a motion for closure on this item using a simple Zoom poll. Thank you.
The Zoom poll is now open and will close in 30 seconds. The Zoom poll has now ended.
That motion for closure has been clearly carried. Thank you. Point of order, Sam Margrave.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to move that we adjourn this item and it comes back to a future Synod meeting in July. The reason is because I'm concerned about the institutional discrimination in the report against disabled people. Page 22 says that only those present will be able to vote. And it suggests that the church only values those who are physically present. Para 87 justifies this. And I would say, can the Holy Spirit not visit us in our homes? So until the church has implemented the Equality Act, as if it applied, as was previously promised.
Sam, I think we've received your point of order. You're asking for an adjournment. Is that right?
Yeah, and I've just given the reasons for that.
Thank you. I'll just take a moment to consult and get back to you. Nearby. Sam Margrave has moved the motion that the debate now be adjourned. In moving the motion, he hasn't yet specified a time for the resumption of the debate. Accordingly, if the motion for the adjournment of the debate is carried, the debate may be resumed only by the direction of the Business Committee. If the motion is lost, the motion for the adjournment of the debate may not be moved again, except with the permission of the Chair. I call on Mr. Margrave, as the mover of this motion for the adjournment of this debate, to speak really briefly, if you could, to it. And then I will see if there is anybody who wishes to challenge that in a very short debate. Thank you. Sam,
Thank
if
you,
you
Chair.
could...
I did say that I'd like it to come back in July. The reason I'm asking for an adjournment is because, having gone through the report, I am convinced that we as a church have said we will act as if the Equality Act applies. And there are a number of things in here, whether it's the requirement of 1,000 words and not allowing an alternative, or whether it's saying that you have to be present and taking away the right to vote by post. These impact disabled people and they exclude people. We can't, on the one hand, laud Mr. Lamming for participating and then take that right away from others who may find themselves in a similar situation. So I would like the report to go away, to be reconsidered, and then to come back, because there's much in it that's good, but I'm still concerned about the equality element of the report and the message it sends out to the wider church, that unless you're physically present, you're not valued. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Can I ask now if there is anybody who wishes to speak against this motion in Sam's name? Because we will then need to take a vote on this item as directed. Father Andrew, do go ahead.
I'm so sorry. I should have lowered my hand. I was hoping to speak in the main debate. My apologies to Synod.
Not to worry. As far as points of order, this is a new one. So but it is an item which is entitled to be debated. Simon Cordell, is your hand up there intentionally or not? It is. Go ahead. Please be as brief as you feel able to.
Yeah, I wholly oppose the motion for adjournment. The points that Sam makes can be entirely dealt with at the legislative stages, and we just need to move on with this debate and vote now. Thank you.
Thank you. I now put this point of order as this motion in Sam's name to adjourn this debate to the vote using the crystal voting platform. Thank you.
The voting period is now open and will end in 2 minutes. The voting period will end in 15 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
The motion in Sam Margrave's name before you. Those in favour 34, those against 266. There are 12 recorded abstentions. That motion is lost. Point of order, Ian Paul. Go ahead.
Will the Synod accept a motion of closure on this motion, so we move to a vote on the main motion as amended?
Yes. Yes. Thank you very much. We now call on Aidan to respond to the debate on the main motion as amended for item 8. Thank you. Aidan, you have up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone who has contributed. I know I speak on behalf of the group in expressing our appreciation for. Forgive me if I don't comment on every contributor, but Father Thomas, you started in such a good place, and we want to emphasise how much we treasured the theological basis of discerning in obedience, which provided the foundation for our work. And we believe that the best way to overcome the fear that you spoke of is by the honest engagement and the care for each other, which we speak of in the report. Abigail Urgia, thank you for such an excellent maiden speech and for reminding us about the importance of being alive to the potential barriers to achieving the broadest range of representation. We hope the report will contribute positively in that respect. The Bishop of Willesden, whose experience goes back 30 years, I think I want to say, Bishop, things have changed over those 30 years. We do recognise the existence of politics, but we want politics to be put in its proper place. And we think that, that constructive engagement we've talked about will help with that. We don't see a central power grab. And in fact, we do think that you're more likely to get a maverick bishop if you've got a wider diversity of people around the table. I'm afraid I didn't catch your last question. The last words I heard were basket cases. Prebendary Cordell, you spoke of perverse outcomes. Far be it from me to suggest that those occur in Synod. We did take advice, and it was very clear that the wider electorate we were advised would produce greater diversity. It will be possible, of course, if this goes forward, for you to engage with the detail in due course. Similarly, with recommendation 7, we would envisage the remaining member of a pair being able to stand in a subsequent election. Jane Patterson, veteran of 23 CNCs, I'm tempted to say not quite as many as I did, but Jane, thank you for your support and for your reference to mutual flourishing. We want flourishing across the board. We don't want mutual flourishing to be about one area of the church's life. The diversity and a care for each other should be about everything that we do. Stuart Fife, thank you for your points. Again, all I can do is to say that we looked at many systems for voting and for process. I can tell you lots about Condorcet's method of election, but probably not now. For heirs, if we were to vote against reports, if we didn't agree with every single word, I do wonder how many in my 21 years on Synod I would actually have gone with. Thank you nevertheless for your contribution. Martin Kingston, I think I'd want to emphasise, you talked about declaration of interests, to emphasise the importance that we were talking about a register. Of course, in candidate statements and more widely, we encourage everybody to be open and to engage with as voters, as electors, as candidates, across all of the issues that may be relevant. What we didn't think was that something more than a simple register would be a practical thing for the Synod at this stage. Nick Land, I'm sure you're an excellent Vacancy and C Committee Chair and indeed CNC elected member. Our point wasn't about making it more accountable, but actually freeing the Vacancy and C Committee Chair from thinking about electability in order, on the basis of some of what we had heard in feedback, in order to let the person in that role really ask the difficult questions. Jane, thank you for your comments about transparency, trust and diversity. How we build trust, that is the key thing that we want to talk about. And the Dean of Manchester, thank you for your warm welcome. I can't think of a better way to have ended the debate. Chair, as a Yorkshireman, I'd prefer to end with a cricketing reference, if only out of pride in the member of my family who played for Yorkshire and England, my cousin Denise. But earlier this week, referring to the volte-face by 6 football clubs over joining a European Super League, a commentator said they've had a change of heart and decided not to go with pure self-interest. They've come together for the good of the game. Beloved sisters and brothers, how much more in this synod and in the wider church should heart speak to heart, self-interest be set aside, and genuine coming together for the good of the game be our response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now order a counted vote on item 8 as amended. We shall use the crystal voting platform for this. Those wishing to vote in favour, vote yes. Those wishing to vote against, and those wishing to record an abstention, abstain. Thank you.
The voting period is now open and will end in 2 minutes. The voting period will end in 15 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
Those voting in favour of item 8 as amended, 293. Those against, 18, with 16 recorded abstentions. The motion is carried. That concludes this item, and apologies for the later than clearly necessary screen break for many of us. We will adjourn this sitting for 15 minutes and return at 3:37. Thank you.
Members of Synod, welcome back. Before our next item, I'm going to invite Canon Hammond, the Chair of the Business Committee, to address us. Canon Hammond.
Time at the moment, but to allow sufficient time for item 10, I wish to propose a variation in the order of business and propose that we take item 9 after item 10, and also that we change the rubric for item 12, prorogation, to not later than 5:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Canon Hammond. I hope that was clear to all members. The proposal is that we vary the order of business by taking item 9 after item 10 and moving the rubric at item 12 to read not later than 5:30 p.m. That all has my consent, but I need to put it to you and ask you by Zoom poll if you would indicate using the green tick if you are content to agree that variation in the order of business. Do beg your pardon, it's a Zoom poll. You may vote for or against.
The voting period is now open and will end in 20 seconds. The voting period is now ended.
Thank you, members of Synod. That is carried. We now move to item 10. This is an item relating to safeguarding and the safeguarding national projects and work streams in response to recommendations made in the independent inquiry into child sexual abuse October 2020 investigation report. Members will need GS 2204. This will be a take note debate and therefore amendments are not in order. As always with the matters under consideration in this item, members are invited to make their contributions when the time comes with appropriate care and sensitivity. And speeches should please avoid making reference to specific cases and individuals. I now call upon the Bishop of Huddersfield to move the motion, and Bishop Jonathan, you have up to 10 minutes. Do we have the Bishop of Huddersfield?
Thank you, Chair. I've just been unmuted. Thank you for your introduction, and I want to begin also by recognising that today's debate will not be easy for some, and especially for those victims and survivors who are watching and listening to what we say. I do hope we'll bear all of them in mind, both as we speak and in our prayers. Synod, the paper you have in front of you, GS 2204, outlines the work that is being done in response to the recommendations of ICSA's final report into the Church of England, published in October 2020. I should perhaps make it clear that it does not, therefore, cover other aspects of the work of the NST and NSSG. It's not an overall report on our work. A main purpose of this debate is to bring this information before Synod and to allow members to comment on the work that is currently underway and that is proposed. As you will see, the report covers a wide range of topics, reflecting the large number of work streams arising from the ICSA recommendations. These include the following principal areas of work. Firstly, those related to our support for victims and survivors, the interim support scheme for survivors, the redress scheme for victims and survivors, and the safe spaces scheme. Secondly, those related to identifying and addressing past failures to influence and strengthen our safeguarding practice, including learning lessons reviews and past cases review 2. Thirdly, major changes to policy and practice, including safeguarding learning, with new and significantly different programs being introduced, and safeguarding policy development across a whole range of areas, and the national casework management system. Fourthly, changes to the structure and oversight of safeguarding across the church, including ICSA recommendation number 1, with the proposed change to having diocesan safeguarding officers, the piloting of a regional model, and the introduction of national quality assurance of safeguarding, and also the creation of an independent safeguarding board to oversee the work of the national safeguarding team. I hope that the report demonstrates to Synod the seriousness of our commitment to introducing far-reaching change in the Church's safeguarding work, in relation to addressing our past failures, to changing the way we do things for the better, and to growing a safer and healthier culture across the whole Church. The presentation which we gave to the informal session of Synod in February outlined the structured programme approach which is being adopted to ensure the delivery of these goals. Having said that, I am profoundly aware that none of this can take away the shame of our past failures, and that what is underway and planned can never come quickly enough or go far enough, especially for the sake of victims and survivors. Bringing about change in an organisation as large and complex as the Church of England was never going to be easy. Added to that are the hugely challenging issues of unhealthy culture and appalling behaviour highlighted by recently published reports, which also have to be addressed. What I can assure you, Synod, is my commitment and that of my colleagues to carrying through the programme of change that we have outlined, to address as far as possible past wrongs, and to help the Church of England to become a place of safety where children and adults alike are nurtured and enabled to flourish with the fullness of life that is God's intention for us all. But Synod, we can only do this with you and with your active help and support, not just here at Synod, but out and about in our dioceses, cathedrals, parishes, schools, and all the other church-related organisations. That's why it was great to have a unanimous vote on the Safeguarding Code of Practice measure earlier today. Thank you very much for your support in that. As we work through this programme of change, we're committed first and foremost to working in partnership with victims and survivors who can help shape what we are doing through their unique insight and experience. The programme of change that I have outlined aims to do that at all levels, from the Strategic Oversight Board down to each of the project work streams. I want to pay tribute to them today for their courage, their persistence, and their willingness to carry on engaging with us as well as challenging us. And we also need you, bishops, clergy, and laity, to work with us to bring about the kind of profound change that is required. I am well aware that there has been a feeling that we've not always worked together as well as we could, and having in some ways turned from poacher to gamekeeper since I took up this role, I can certainly see that. So let me put on record my gratitude to our colleagues in the dioceses, cathedrals and parishes for the work they are doing in safeguarding, especially to our DSAs and CSAs, recognising their commitment and the cost of this work, both in terms of time and resources. On behalf of my colleagues in the NST and the National Safeguarding Steering Group, I would like to affirm our commitment to working alongside you in this programme of change, and to say in particular that Zena Marshall and I are keen to find new ways of engaging with you over this and of assisting you in the vital and valued work that you are doing. Synod, I am well aware of the deep frustration and indeed anger that there is over the Church's failures, not just in the past, but in relation to the slowness and inadequacy of our actions in the present. We need to recognize that anger and frustration, and as far as possible, we need to challenge the energy and determination they bring so as to drive forward the huge change that is still needed across the life of the Church. I look forward to hearing your comments in today's debate, which will themselves play an important part in helping shape our work in the months and years ahead. And I hope that we will then commit ourselves to working wholeheartedly to fulfill the objectives that we have outlined in the report. I pray above all that we will be able to journey forward together, most of all for the sake of those whom we have failed so dreadfully, in order to make the Church a place in which all are kept safe and can flourish in accordance with God's will and purpose. Thank you.
Bishop Jonathan, thank you very much. This item is now open for debate. If members would please indicate in the usual fashion. Speech limit initially is 5 minutes, and I call the Bishop of London.
Thank you, Chair, for calling me. I declare that I am a member of the National Safeguarding Steering Group, and I want to start by thanking the National Safeguarding Team for all the work that they have and are continuing to do. And I would like to recognise the hard work of the diocesan safeguarding advisors, and again pay tribute to the courage and the tenacity of survivors who continue rightly to hold us to account. But it continues to grieve me that at times we are still getting this wrong. Safeguarding from abuse and responding well to that abuse is grounded in the fundamental themes of Christian theology, and thereby it should be woven into the Church. I do believe that we have made progress, but we still have ground to cover. I'm encouraged that we're making progress on safe spaces and the redress scheme, and I would commend to Synod the learning development framework and the core learning pathway. I was very encouraged at the last National Safeguarding Steering Group to hear about the very positive comments that are coming back from those who are undertaking the senior leadership pathway. I know that some are concerned about the length of this pathway, but it does deal with behaviours and culture change, and that can never be quick. And it's to culture change that I want to address my final comments. Culture has been mentioned during this synod on a number of occasions over the last 2 days. Culture is about the way we do things around here. Culture change does not happen unless it is owned by those who are part of the culture. Anything less would turn what are behaviours at the heart of the gospel into something that is seen as a bureaucratic checklist. We must create a culture which is open, which is transparent, which is accountable, and therefore which is safe. We have to recognise our own authority and power and how we can misuse this to become coercive, bullying, and controlling. It is only when we do this that we are able to become a church which is more racially just, which addresses homophobia and transphobia and sexism, and can become a place where those of differing theological opinions can live together well in community. And it is only then that our culture will become safer. I would want to encourage the National Safeguarding Team, when undertaking the lessons learned reviews, not to limit themselves to those issues narrowly defined as safeguarding, because we have to address the culture which can lead to safeguarding failures, and we need to understand how to create healthy cultures. I would commend again to Synod the pastoral principles for living well together, which I believe, if lived, will contribute to creating a healthy culture. Next month, the new pastoral principle course is being published, This course is for everyone across the whole church. And whilst it's developed alongside the work of living in love and faith, they go beyond living in love and faith. The church has to do some hard inner work, which is required for culture change. The Pastoral Principle course invites us as individuals, as church communities, and as an institution to begin to do the work of acknowledging and rooting out prejudice, oppressive silence, misuse of power, hypocrisy, ignorance, and fear. It does this through Bible study, reflection, discussion, practical exercises, and most importantly, prayer. I do believe that engaging with the pastoral principles will take courage, but it is deep work, and I believe it will enable us to do this, which is absolutely vital for culture change to take hold. Finally, I continue to pray for those who have been abused and for a change in the way we do things around here. Thank you.
Thank you. The speech limit is now 3 minutes. I call Peter Adams and then James Carey.
Ken and Peter Adams, 392 St Albans. Thank you for calling me Chair. Bishop Jonathan, thank you and the NST for your reports. I will be taking notes, but my concern is for issues that do not show up on this and other reports. Almost every report and lessons learned review we have has addressed the need for culture change. It was the case in the Fletcher review published by 31/8 just a few weeks ago. They made reference to the culture problems posed by leaders who acquire celebrity status and the cultures of bullying and abuse that often accompany these. I want to suggest the House of Bishops give thought to how to tackle this culture change in great depth, given that it clearly extends beyond the remit of the National Safeguarding Team. Aidan Hargreaves-Smith, in proposing the CNC motion earlier, called for the need for culture change in that sphere. He called for representatives on CNC to represent the whole church. Bishop Sarah has just addressed this matter. ICSA noted that the very same partisan thinking among some in Synod has been significant in some of the culture that has allowed abuse, and especially meant a lack of transparency. We desperately need that same change of culture to impact the safety of people in our church. ICSA heard how it was at times suggested that it was not good for a partisan view and more widely the reputation of our faith to acknowledge abuse. Synod, I've heard that in our midst. I note we're debating our response to ICSA. My reference to the Fletcher case is merely illustrative. The organisation of such groups often extends way beyond the governance structures of the C of E. Proprietary chapels and peculiars have allowed areas of grey. Bishop, in your response to my answer to question 51, you said my view would be that no bishop should grant PTO unless satisfied that the organisation has adopted and implemented safeguarding policies that comply with the C of E standards. I truly welcome that. However, I would suggest the House of Bishops give thought to how the granting of licence to those involved to proprietary chapels and peculiars might be placed within a framework of rules, ensuring that the very celebrity of men like Fletcher be constrained by rules, not by evading, by use of very influence they excel in bringing to any relationship. I suggest these irregular structures are being used by partisan networks. We need to recognise the various ways that networks are used to extend their reach. In today's very mobile culture, these extend beyond such chapels to churches that would self-describe as Anglican, but not part of the C of E. They claim credibility by association of some within our structures. Are we willing to consider ways to bring these people to account? In doing so, we need to take account of the fact that we as a wider church are so often left picking up the pieces and the chaos.
Peter, would you come to a conclusion, please?
Closing words. Let's be sure that this is a vital issue that we address.
Thank you. After James Carey, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and Archbishop, you may have up to 5 minutes, but James, if you'd remain on the 3-minute speech limit. Thank you.
James Carey, Bath and Wells, 246. A report GS 2204 condenses an awful lot of work into a very small number of pages. I have the honour of running a Pathfinders group of 11s to 14s in my church, and we'll be taking them through 1 Chronicles 14 tomorrow afternoon. I also work with an organisation called Faith in Kids, and I actually make podcasts for them. But I also have the honour of being a member of the National Safeguarding Steering Group as a representative of the Archbishop's Council. So for the last year, I've had a front row seat for this work that's going on, which is consistently excellent. A dedicated staff team are managing multiple projects at great speed, which are trying to address the real deep pain and confusion of those who've been betrayed and deeply wounded by members of the Church of England that have been shamefully let down and ignored. The team are also managing schemes and producing toolkits and resources that are trying to prevent abuse from happening in the future. And as Bishops Jonathan and Sarah have already said, everyone in the NSSG and in the team are mindful that these policies and schemes will be in vain, and children and vulnerable adults will be abused and exploited and manipulated and silenced if we don't take responsibility for this issue for ourselves now in our Sunday schools, in my case, tomorrow afternoon. Messy churches, in our youth groups, PCCs, deaneries, cathedrals, institutions. And we don't need to wait for further works and schemes and toolkits or even a culture change when we have the words of Jesus in Matthew 18:6, who couldn't have put his care for children more starkly, saying, "Whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to sin, it would be better for him to have a great millstone fastened around his neck and to be drowned in the depths of the sea." This work is excellent, we should take note, but we all know that this one's on us where we are right now. But I still highly commend this report.
Thank you. The Archbishop of Canterbury, 5 minutes, and then Judith Maltby when the speech limit will return to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Bishop Jonathan. I shall try and be a little less deference and all that kind of thing, not being a virtue. I want to thank 2 groups. One is survivors who continue to fight against the intractable slowness of so much of the church, different churches in so many ways, and to carry the burden of their pain. And every time they fight against it, they carry the burden of their pain more deeply. Thank you that you continue to help us, whatever the reason. Secondly, to those who are working in the NST, who receive extraordinary abuse from all kinds of quarters, and for Bishop Jonathan Huddersfield, who has just demonstrated again and again his determination to get this right, and his predecessors. We owe them a great deal. The culture of safeguarding is going to change very, very significantly over the next couple of years. First, there is going to be greater transparency. Secondly, there will be a commitment to justice for complainants and respondents. And thirdly, there will be the introduction of independence if this synod supports it. Those are ICSA recommendations and they are essential. But independence of the safeguarding regulation does not mean liberation in some sense, and I put liberation in inverted commas, from responsibility for our own culture. The independent system will work when the culture has changed so much that they have very little to do. And that is for us to change. There is deep resistance continuing within the culture of the church. Its safeguarding is described as wokeness, as a burden, as a number of rules. We must continue to be clear about the need for transparency, justice for all, and independence. I know that the NSD and NSSG are committed. And finally, I want to say that if this synod thinks we're anywhere near the end of this, with great sadness, I must say we're not. In the last week, 8-9 days, my colleagues and I have seen new examples of historic abuse, which I will carry to my grave. They are appalling. They're being investigated, they've been fully reported. They will be declared in due course. I'm not going to interfere by signaling what area they cover. We need to realize we have a long way to go. We've got a long way to go in looking after everyone involved in being a church that stands for Jesus Christ. Let us persist with courage, knowing that every step we take is a step in following our Lord and Savior, who calls us to obedience. Thank you.
Judith Maltby, followed by Martin Sewell. The speech limit is 3 minutes.
Judith Maltby, Universities TEIs 452. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Archbishop, for what you just so passionately said. And thank you, Bishop Jonathan, for having the toughest job in the Church of England, in my opinion. I was on LLF, and in the course of this quinquennium, I put a number of questions in Synod about when we were going to do joined up thinking between our attitudes towards LGBT people in the church and safeguarding. I was repeatedly promised that we would do this at some time, and I was sad not to see it in the work streams here. This point about the connectedness of these issues was made in ICSA and in the Gibb report on Ball. And I believe Lord Williams talked about it at ICSA, as did the Bishop of Chichester, and I think maybe even the Archbishop of Canterbury has talked about it as well. And I was glad to hear Bishop Sarah making those connections. But I raised it again as recently as November and apologized to Synod for being a broken record about this. But the Archbishop of York assured me that I should continue to be a broken record on this point. So ever deferential to archbishops, I'm continuing to be a broken record on it. Thank you.
Martin Sewell, followed by Rebecca Swire.
Martin Sewell, Rochester 391. Well, notwithstanding that I seem to lack the clergy deference gene, I'm very pleased to tell you that I wholly endorse everything that the preceding speakers, and the Archbishop and bishops have been saying. This safeguarding area, which we're beginning to recognize, goes all the way across from racism to homophobia, to disability exclusion, to sexual abuse of victims, harassment, bullying. It's all under the safeguarding umbrella, although each of them have to be looked at individually because they'll have different ways that we'll need to approach them. We've got unanimity about how we're doing this within the General Synod. Our votes are going through solid, and that's great, and well done, everybody. What I'd like to just bring into the conversation is this, that you know that I have conversations with people outside the church, and sometimes in contradistinction to the church, talking to victims, to clergy who sometimes say they've been bullied by bishops and congregations. And I want to give particular gratitude, a word of gratitude, to some people in the conservative evangelical community who are dissident to us at times, sometimes outside of the Church of England, and particularly Lee Fernie, who, if you are not following his Soul Information blog, I really do suggest you do so, because what we're getting there is real information about what's been going wrong in those places. And so what's developing, and this is a great thing to say, is an axis of integrity that stretches from the queer to the con evo, and taking in all people in between. And we are all working together around the Micah 6:8 principles of doing justice, loving justice, doing mercy, walking humbly with God. And this is actually living in love and faith. And we're actually doing it, putting aside some differences to work for the good. And that's something that I think we should be ready to celebrate. The only thing, there's always going to be a but, we do need our transparency and accountability. We know that the making report is going to be very expensive. We weren't told the figure. We should be celebrating how much we're prepared to pay for this. And for what it's worth, I think it's going to be upwards of £600,000.
Rebecca Swire, followed by Charles Reid.
Rebecca Swire, Chichester 96. Thank you for calling me Chair. And my point is one that was actually raised in discussion with my own diocesan safeguarding officer concerning the ongoing work regarding ICSA Recommendation 1 and independence. What has emerged from the NST and the National Church since the final ICSA report have been a lot of statements about independence and claims that this is what ICSA recommended. The main outcome of this at this stage appears to be the forthcoming formation of an independent scrutiny board for the NST. However, what the ICSA recommendation actually said was that diocesan safeguarding officers should be able to make certain key casework decisions independently from bishops, not that safeguarding as a whole should be done independently from the C of E, and in fact, ICSA said precisely the opposite. I think probably at the moment there's very little indication of work done on drafting the necessary legislation to allow DSOs to act independently in the ways that Recommendation 1 envisages. So I just really wanted to ask the question, what work has actually been done since ICSA's final report 6 months ago to start drafting the legislative changes necessary for Recommendation 1 that's so important to happen? Thank you.
Charles Reid, followed by Joseel Munro.
Thank you, Charles Reid, 181 Norwich. And it's good to see so much good work going on, even if the sobering fact is that we've still got a great long way to go. I'm the safeguarding lead in one of our TEIs, the Eastern Region Ministry course, and I'd like to offer a couple of reflections arising out of my role as a safeguarding lead. When we needed a new safeguarding lead, we were in a staff meeting and the principal said we need somebody to volunteer to be the safeguarding lead. And it's a bit like being in a PCC because we all looked at the floor and hoped somebody else would volunteer. And I thought, well, there can't be a lot of work involved in this because we're not a residential college. So we don't see students, children, and we very seldom see vulnerable adults. So I volunteered to do it. And you'll not be surprised to know that no sooner did I volunteered to be the safeguarding lead than lots of safeguarding issues appeared out of nowhere. And the thing that caught me out was that a number of safeguarding issues arose out of things that students had written in assignments. And these are often when they're reflecting on case studies in their own parish or church or chaplaincy. And we've had to evolve a protocol for how we deal with these because they need to be referred back, of course, to the student's diocese. But my reflection is first reflection is that safeguarding concerns crop up in places where you didn't expect to find them. And it is about this broader culture that Bishop Sarah alluded to. And we must be careful we don't think that we can box safeguarding concerns in. They are spread in all sorts of places. I should perhaps have not been surprised to find them in students' assignments, and I've learnt pretty quick. The second thing I would say is that I'm very glad in the new leadership module that there is some attention to the theology underpinning safeguarding. And I'm sorry to have encountered people, including sadly other members of this synod, who can't see why we're dealing with theological issues in safeguarding. But we do, because a lot of the problems we've had in safeguarding have been through a kind of faulty theology, whether that's around the theology of leadership, as we've seen in the Fletcher and Smythe cases, or whether it's around people saying, well, we believe in forgiveness, don't we? So perhaps we should, extend forgiveness. And it's how you theologically handle forgiveness while being responsible about safeguarding concerns. So I'm glad there is some theology in the leadership module, and I think it works pretty well. But while my students on the RMC will enjoy engaging with the theology, when I was waxing lyrical about this in a deanery chapter recently, some of my colleagues who are incumbents said this theology is too abstruse for people in our parishes and our PCCs to engage with. So I'm glad there is theology there. We need to give some thought as to how we can help people right across the Church of England engage with the theology underpinning safeguarding. Thank you.
Joseil Munro. After Joseil Munro, I'm going to reduce the speech limit to 2 minutes. Joseil followed by Gavin Kirk.
Thank you, Chair, for calling me. My name is Joseil Munro, London 356. Now, the question, I welcome this report and I welcome all the work and what the Archbishop of Canterbury has said, and also Bishop Jonathan in his work. Now, my key issue or my key concern is around the core pathways, the core learning pathways. There, on page 2 of the report, it seems as though there are some gaps here in relation to the number of dioceses that are spoken to, and in particular the leadership. And one of the queries I have is the leadership pathway is the only one that is not being delivered nationally, and I wondered if that can't be done nationally to make sure that everyone gets it in an even way. The other issue I'm concerned with is the fact that I don't know how many checks, what checks we are doing with regard to the basic awareness and foundations. People are doing it, but my understanding is that the diocese can't easily get back the results of these basic awareness and foundations, and to find out who's done it, who hasn't done it, and so actually have a deeper dive into what is actually happening around these learning pathways. My interest also is that I'm trying to get all of my people on the parish to do it, and I know that they find it easier to deal with the core pathways that are online because you can do it at any time, where it is much more difficult with the leadership because that's specific times and not everybody has got those sort of times in their diary. So I just want to ask a question about how rigorous in terms of finding out what is happening with these learning pathways, who's taking it, who's not taking it, why do we have some gaps with the diocese, and whether we should really be going towards a national thing for training for all of that, which is available. Thank you, Chair, for calling me.
Gavin Kirk, followed by the prolocutor for the province of Canterbury. Speech limit is 2 minutes.
Gavin Kirk, Lincoln 151, and I declare an interest as a member of the NSSG. I welcome GS 2204 and the progress it indicates, though, as with other items we've discussed in this group of sessions, like racism and religious freedom, there is a long road ahead of us. I particularly welcome the move to diocesan safeguarding officers rather than advisors. In Lincoln, in fact, we've gone further, and we've ensured that our DSO is an equal member of the bishop's staff, seeking to ensure that safeguarding is an essential component of all policy and decision-making, no compartmentalization. I encourage other dioceses to think about this. I also applaud the change of emphasis in the training pathways. Charles has spoken about the theological reflection, which is brilliant. Here in Lincoln, we require an archdeacon or other senior member of staff to be present in face-to-face C2 training in order to give weight and theological input. And I'm thankful for the introduction of the National Case Management System, something which is long overdue. Some dioceses I know are still making do with Word documents, or in our own case, a system designed for the administration of a primary school. This will help information to be more readily available to those who need it, particularly between dioceses and provinces. It'll track how decisions are reached and why, and it should help develop a consistency of approach in our safeguarding work. I think there's still work to be done on the independence of the oversight of our safeguarding work, but this represents a significant step forward, and I encourage Synod enthusiastically to take note of this report. Thank you.
After Simon Butler, Prudence Daly.
Simon Butler, Southwark 219. As I read this report, which I wholeheartedly support, it occurred to me that in reference to a speech I gave earlier today about the need for policy and process to be accompanied by personal commitment to change, that we need to think alongside these institutional issues at our own behaviour and culture. And I want to just say a few words about our own capacity to cause harm. A few weeks ago, I was preparing for a service which was being live streamed, and I found myself showing somebody how to use our live streaming camera. What actually happened was that I suddenly discovered that I was filming myself talking to this person. And when I saw the playback, I was appalled at the way I was speaking to this particular woman. And that moment gave me an insight into my own behavior that I was unconscious of. And it seems to me that as much as we can have policy and process and national strategy, that at the same time, we must continually be bearing down on our own behaviors and attitudes. And to that extent, I wonder whether we might like to think about that whole issue of our own response and our own personal response in a future penitential season. Might it be wise for the Archbishop of Canterbury's Lent book in the next couple of years to be on issues around harm and our own responsibility for it? Might it be good that we developed a season of penitence when we can set aside our concerns about good process and policy and focus on our own personal behaviours and attitudes? One thing and the other must go hand in hand in this, otherwise we will end up having very good processes and people who are unself-aware in the way they're implementing them. Thank you.
Prudence Daly, followed by Rosemary Lyon.
Prudence Daly, 376 Oxford. I hadn't intended to say anything in this debate, and I'm grateful for being called to speak. We've heard with shame the horrific stories of abuse within the Church, and I join other members of Synod in welcoming long overdue steps that are being taken to address this. But I do believe it would not be fair on the victims and survivors if safeguarding itself fell victim to scope creep. The problem we have is that there's no clear definition of a vulnerable adult, and this is something that needs to be addressed as a matter of urgency. Above all, we must avoid the kind of mindset which regards all adults as vulnerable and every adult relationship within our Church as subject to safeguarding formalities. I'm very concerned that safeguarding risks becoming a Trojan horse for a worldview, perhaps rooted in critical theory that sees everything in terms of power dynamics and divides humanity into the categories of oppressed and oppressors. If this is to be the case, it is important, I think, for Synod to know that this will not be uncontroversial. Thank you.
Rosemary Lyon, 256 Blackburn. Thank you very much, Bishop Jonathan and the rest of your team for your report. I just want to make a very simple point in regard as my role as parish safeguarding officer in my own parish. I really commend the change of wording in paragraph 2 in GS 2204 with regard to the change from training, safeguarding training, to safeguarding learning. I think this is really critical, and much has been said this afternoon about how important it is what we're doing on the ground. We can make reports, make speeches, do all the rest of it, but it's actually what's going on in the parish. I know in my own context, it's important for me to encourage people to do the training and for it not just to be seen as a tick box exercise. Oh, we're okay now, Rosemary, we've done that for 3 years. No, it has to be ongoing And the idea of continuous professional development, of course, is widely used in education. As it says later on in the paragraph, it enables learning to be conscious and proactive rather than passive and reactive. Safeguarding is the ongoing responsibility of everybody. Thank you very much.
Andrew Lightbound, followed by Catherine Winrow, and then members of Synod. I think I will be testing your mind on a motion for the closure.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I, like my colleague Judith Maltby, would like to sound a little bit like a broken record. I think it's right and fair that we do view these things holistically and not narrow definitions. So I would want to resist Prudence's argument. We've spoken a lot about cultural change, but there seems to be a bit of a feeling that cultural change is just something that can happen in a bit of a vacuum. I, of course, want a church where all may flourish and none need fear, but that doesn't happen culturally without doctrinal change and liturgical changes. Ecclesiology and culture flow from belief and doctrine and things we hold dear. We cannot view culture and doctrine and belief as separate things. Our culture will be decided on as we wrangle through these issues. And I'm just worried that we actually are trying to suggest that we can be cultural without being theological or being relatively theological. Thank you.
Catherine Winrow.
Thank you. Cathy Winrow, Oxford 380. Just following on really from Andrew and also the Bishop of London and Judith Maltby, the importance of joined up thinking, avoiding compartmentalisation, and the link between safeguarding, LLF, pastoral principles. But I sit here thinking about all what we've discussed this synod and many former synods. I've never really heard the term EDI for equality, diversity and inclusion, which is commonplace in many organisations and certainly in education, which is my main place of work. So I think I just want to put that to the table, as it were, to see if there is a broader context for thinking about these things. But again, not just about policy and practice, but actual action. Thank you.
Thank you. So, members of Synod, I'd like to put to you now a motion for the closure of this item, of this debate. And you should therefore in a moment see a Zoom poll with that question.
The voting period is now open and will end in 30 seconds. The voting period is now ended.
That is carried. I therefore invite the Bishop of Huddersfield to respond to the debate. Jonathan, you have up to 5 minutes.
Jonathan, thank you very much indeed. Thank you, colleagues, for an extremely lively and engaged debate. I really do appreciate everybody's contribution and their commitment to the importance of what we're talking about today. I will do my best to respond to the speakers. Forgive me if I don't cover everything. Thank you, Bishop Sarah, for getting off to such a strong start around the theme of culture change, which was picked up on by several speakers. And your reference to the fact that needs to be owned by all. I'll refer to others commenting on that later, but culture change, towards the end, it was said, doesn't happen in a vacuum. It's about all of us engaging with that. So thank you for that challenge to the deep work that needs to be done. And again, holistically across a whole range of different areas. I think that's been clearly recognised. It's been a theme running through the whole of Synod. Thank you to Peter Adams for your support as always, and your recognition too that this is not just about the NST, this is about a whole wider range of issues, including the CNC Election Review Group report discussion earlier on and the themes of diversity and culture in that context too. Thank you for your challenges about particular organisations and places. Those have been highlighted in recent reports, and we recognise those and will be committed to following up on those. Thank you to James Carey for taking us back to the life to parish life, which is at the heart of the Church of England, and your work with children and young people. And your reference, we must all take responsibility in our own context and situation, and your reminder of our Lord's words in Matthew 18. This is on us now, you said at the end. Thank you, Archbishop Justin, for your remarks. Again, the theme of culture there, transparency, justice for complainants and respondents, justice for all, and the introduction of independence. But nevertheless, we are still responsible for our own culture. Thank you to Judith Maltley. Judith, you're not a scratch record at all. You're quite right to hold us to account over these things. If I could just, I'm delighted that Bishop Sarah picked up on many of the themes that you've said. There is reference in the report to the draft policy on safeguarding of children, young people and adults. I can inform you that section 4.3 of that report is on the theme of gender and identity and begins precisely with reference to the work of LLF. I'd be delighted to see that taken further. And I know from personal experience that the advisor to the lead bishops for safeguarding has been liaising with Ava John over the last few weeks on my behalf in helping formulate responses to a number of questions over transgender issues. So I thoroughly recognise the importance of that, and we'd be delighted to take that further outside of today. Thank you, Martin Sewell, for your comments. With regard to cost, I have consulted my colleagues. It isn't policy for us to divulge costs for a number of reasons. One, because they often relate to contractual matters. Two, because costs tend to be a headline figure, which doesn't necessarily take into concern the wider context. We're very happy to consider discussion over that. But the short answer is the Church is committed to paying what it takes to do this job properly. Thank you to Rebecca Swire. With regard to the theme of independence, just to make it absolutely clear, we are not talking about hiving off the work of safeguarding into some independent body. This is about independent oversight, but the Church remains fully engaged in, must be fully engaged in, and responsible for the work of safeguarding. I'm running out of time, so thank you, Charles Reed. Yes, we've got work going on theology of safeguarding. We've got a group working with survivors on at the moment. Jaceel, thank you for your challenge. It isn't possible for the national team to take on all the work of training, but training, it's really important that's rooted in diocese. But do go back to your diocese and indeed come back to us if there are issues about people slipping through the net. Thank you, Gavin Kirk and Simon Butler for that emphasis on the importance of personal response. Andrew Lightbound and Prudence Daly, Andrew Lightbound, clearly there are different sides of a coin going on there, but I think we all recognise the importance of the issues that have been raised. And Cathy Winrow, equality, diversity and inclusion, that's been at the heart of this debate and indeed the heart of this whole synod. Thank you, colleagues, very much indeed. The importance is not only the report today and it's your support for it, not only today, but in how we take this forward on the ground ourselves in our parishes, dioceses and cathedrals and everywhere else. Thank you very much indeed for your support today.
Bishop Jonathan, thank you. Before I put this item to the vote, I'm going to suggest, members of Synod, that we just spend a few moments in quiet together. Synod, I am now going to put item 10 to the vote using the Crystal interactive platform. Those in favour should select for, Those against should select against, and members are able to record an abstention by selecting abstain.
The voting period is now open and will end in 2 minutes. The voting period will end in 15 seconds. The voting period is now ended.
Synod, there voted in favour 295, against none, and no recorded abstentions. The motion is therefore carried. Thank you, members of Synod. That concludes this item of business.
We now come to item 9 on the agenda, the General Synod Elections 2020 Allocation of Seats Amendment Resolution. Members will need the paper GS 2203, and I invite Canon Robert Hammond to introduce this item. He has up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Robert Hammond, Chelmsford 273. In February 2020, General Synod agreed the allocation of seats to dioceses for the next quinquennium. The allocation of seats was based on the electorate as of the 31st of July 2019, using the data collected from and confirmed by diocesan secretaries. However, since the February 2020 group of sessions, the Secretariat at Church House has been contacted by Lincoln Diocese to be told that the figures provided for the electorate in July 2019 were incorrect, and that there was an overestimation of 4,618. This meant that the number on Lincoln's electoral rolls used for the allocation for seats in the House of Laity was 23,618, but it should have been 19,000. The staff has undertaken the calculations again using the correct figures for Lincoln Diocese and have found that there is a material difference in the allocation of seats for 3 dioceses. Lincoln should have been allocated 3 seats rather than 5. Exeter should have been allocated 5 seats rather than 4. And London should have been allocated 12 seats rather than 11. For this reason, we're presenting an amendment resolution to correct this issue and to ensure that the allocation of seats for the next quinquennium are proportional. I beg to move the motion standing in my name.
Thank you. This item 9, is now open for debate. The speech limit is 3 minutes from the outset, and I call on Nigel Bacon, followed by Philip French.
Thank you, Chair, for calling me. Speaking on behalf of the Diocese of Lincoln, I am grateful to the Business Committee for this opportunity to make this correction and offer the Diocese apologies for the error in the originally submitted electoral roll number. I have been assured that the necessary steps have been taken to guard against future recurrence. Under the Church representation rules, dioceses are required to submit their electoral roll numbers by 1st of August in the year before quinquennial elections. Those numbers are collated by dioceses from the parish returns for the APCMs, which in 2019 had to be held by 30th of April. They should align with the numbers that are entered by parishes at the end of the year in their statistics for mission returns. But as it is a separate process, there are opportunities for error. In providing the data that lies behind Appendix A, 9 dioceses availed themselves of the opportunity to include their mission initiative roll numbers. Putting those 9 aside and comparing the 2019 electoral roll numbers shown in the appendix with those recorded for dioceses in the Research and Statistics Unit's 2019 Statistics for Mission report, shows some instances of significant difference. 5,600 for one diocese, 4,500 for another, 3,500 in yet another. Differences of that magnitude are material to determining the correct distribution of House of Laity elected positions, as was the case with Lincoln. Rather than dioceses having to manually collate electoral roll numbers, could we not move to basing the elected position distribution purely on the numbers entered in the most recent set of annual statistics for mission returns? That would both ensure a consistent approach and relieve dioceses of the piece of administration. Looking beyond that, by the time we get to the next full renewal of electoral rolls in 2025, could we have a system by which electoral roll forms can be completed online and automatically collated? Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Mr. Philip French and then Mr. Adrian Greenwood, and please be reminded to give your name and number and diocese. Thank you.
Philip French, Rochester 388. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm grateful to Canon Hammond for bringing this motion forward and will certainly be voting in favour of it. I'm also delighted to join in Synod's congratulations on his appointment as Chair of the Business Committee and our gratitude for the way in which he has already demonstrated the wisdom of that choice. This matter might be thought a mere administrative detail, Actually, it represents a failure of synodical government. The Diocese of Lincoln submitted a seriously exaggerated return for the number of lay people on electoral rolls, and Church House proved unable to detect the error involved. It may only have been the coronavirus emergency that prevented the election of a disproportionate number of lay members for Lincoln in 2020. GS 2203 refers to Lincoln's electoral roll figure having been overestimated. The question of estimation should not arise. Dioceses are required by Church Representation Rule 49, Section 7, to collect parochial electoral roll numbers and certify the total, not to estimate. It was good to hear from Nigel Bacon just now a suggestion as to how this process could be automated to make it more reliable. Also, was adequate diligence carried out at Church House? Over the 5 years from 2014, the overall electoral roll in Southern Province declined by 11%. Lincoln first reported a 6% increase, now revised to a 15% decrease. Was that original figure questioned for verification? Going forward, we need to know whether the Diocese of Lincoln was uniquely unfortunate at a particular time, or whether we face a systemic risk. We need to understand what happened here, what lessons have been learned, and how we can be assured it will not happen again, whether in Lincoln Diocese or elsewhere. Thank you.
Mr. Adrian Greenwood, please.
Adrian Greenwood, Southwark 411. Thank you for calling me, and may I add my congratulations to Robert on his election. Appendix A of GS 2203, as well as showing the +1s and -1s in the number of lay members to be elected to Synod, also shows more worryingly significant declines in the overall electoral rolls of the Diocese of Church of England. 11% in the case of Canterbury province and 17% in the York province. Only 3 dioceses show an increase in electoral rolls: Coventry, Europe and Norwich. Overall, the reduction totals very nearly 134,000 over the 5-year period. But because we are not reducing the overall size of Synod, all the dioceses gaining an extra member have in fact seen a reduction in their electoral roll. So I sincerely hope that the new Synod to be elected on this basis will get to grips with the overall size of the Synod going forward, as we seek to be simpler, humbler and bolder. It is noteworthy that 306 people voted for the final approval of the Safeguarding Code of Practice measure. And secondly, that the new Synod will put at the centre of its work for the next 5 years the task of the renewal and growth of the Church, for the task of proclaiming the good
Sorry,
news
Mr. Greenwood, I must ask you to be relevant to the motion, please.
I've finished.
Thank you. Mr. David Lamming.
Madam Chairman, thank you for calling me. I can be quite short because some of the points that I wanted to make have been very well expressed by Philip French. My concern, looking at Appendix A, in particular in relation to Lincoln, even with its revised figure, is we've got a round number of 19,000 electoral roll numbers. And indeed, if one looks at that column, there are 1 or 2 other dioceses where the figures would suggest an element of estimation. So I do want to ask that the Business Committee seriously look at how these numbers are gathered, and for there to be proper scrutiny of the numbers, and indeed to interrogate perhaps dioceses, perhaps through the diocesan secretaries, as to what extent parishes are complying with the requirements of the church representation rules. First of all, of course, to revise their electoral rolls before the annual parochial meeting each year, and secondly, to return the numbers by the 1st of July to the diocesan secretaries so that they can be duly forwarded to the General Synod for the purpose of this allocation of seats every 5 years. So I think what this particular exercise has very starkly thrown up is the problem that we've got at the moment with producing accurate numbers. And as has been said by one speaker already, it is an issue of governance. If you've got a situation where some dioceses are being either overrepresented or underrepresented because of inaccurate statistics. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no one else indicating they wish to speak. So I invite Robert Hammond to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Chair. A few quick comments on what's been said. Nigel, the system in its current form relies on dioceses providing us with figures. Whether that is the best system is a very good question. At the beginning of each new synod, it's the practice of the business committee to establish an elections review group to review all matters arising from the most recent synod elections and to make recommendations for improvements to the system. I think this is certainly a matter that the business committee could ask a new elections review group to include as part of that work. To Philip, first of all, thank you. Yes, it's been an interesting synod to cut my teeth on. And I'm sure the clerk to the synod will follow that up with the Diocese of Lincoln. Also, that the rules do require staff to apply the figures provided by the dioceses. And as a matter of practice, the figures of some dioceses were queried and diocesan secretaries confirmed that the figures were correct. To Adrian, yes, and I think that's a role for the next synod, probably as part of the elections review group. And I think to David Lamming, yes, it's the elections review group that would want to look at that as well. So thank you for those points that the business committee and the next elections review group will certainly want to have a good look at. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I am now going to put item 9 to the vote using the Crystal interactive platform. Those in favour should select for, those against should select against, and members are able to record an abstention by selecting abstain.
The voting period is now open and will end in 2 minutes. The voting period will end in 15 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
There voted in favour 256, voted against was 1, and there were 4 recorded abstentions. Item 9 is therefore carried. This item is now ended, and we move directly on to item 11, which is the farewells.
So, Synod, we move to item 11, which are the farewells. And first of all, I'm going to invite William Nye to deliver thanks to the Reverend Canon Sue Boys, the former chair of the Business Committee.
Thank you, Chairman. Members of Synod, it's a pleasure and a privilege for me to offer some words of thanks to say farewell to Sue Boys as chair of the Business Committee. I'm speaking on behalf of all the staff of Synod, but I'm confident that in this case, I speak also on behalf of members as well. All of us in the community of Synod, presently virtual, but once and soon, we hope in the future to be face-to-face, have benefited from working with Sue. Her term as chair has spanned a fascinating period for the Synod. Indeed, her term in office has been bookended by historic crises. She became chair of the Business Committee in July 2013, a few months after the defeat of the original Women in the Episcopate measure in November 2012. The passage of the new legislation required Synod to meet more frequently than at any time in its recent history. And the Business Committee, led by Sue, was probably the hardest working business committee of recent times. 8 years later, Sue steps down, having helped Synod adapt to the new world of virtual meetings during the pandemic. Sue's calm leadership of the Business Committee, her warmth and even-handedness and human sympathy have ensured that the committee has always stepped up to meet whatever challenges they might be facing. As well as ensuring that the committee produced carefully crafted Synod agendas, Sue has worked diligently with support from staff on a modernisation programme to help make Synod run a little more efficiently, to update some of its policies, to move to the electronic distribution of papers, to introduce a new Synod app, and to help us cope with Zoom. Above all, she has always been the representative of and the voice of Synod members, and also a source of encouragement and pastoral support for members and for staff alike. Sue remains with us for this group of sessions and also for the July Synod, but she is stepping down after July for the best of reasons in order to spend more time with her new grandchild. I know I speak for all the staff when I say that her collaborative and supportive style has made her a pleasure to work with. I'd like to thank her for her outstanding contribution to the life of Synod. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you. I now invite the Archbishop of Canterbury to deliver a farewell for the Bishop of Bath and Wells, followed by a farewell for the Bishop of Salisbury.
Chair, point of order.
Point of order.
Can I do it the other way round, or is that out of order?
It's out of alphabetical order, but I give you permission, Archbishop.
It's in reverse alphabetical order.
Very good.
Which, since my name begins with W, I feel strongly about. Well, thank you. These are two farewells, well, as all farewells, that I would prefer not to have given. And I'm going to do a third one, completely out of order, before even starting those two, if the chair doesn't stop me, which is completely out of order because he's not a member of the Synod. But very briefly, just to say thank you to John Rees, who has retired this week on his 70th birthday, this last week, as Provincial Registrar. Apparently, we're not allowed to say thank you to him because he's not a member of Synod, so I'll probably get into trouble. But he really has served us incredibly well over very, very many years, 22, I think. He served a number of different archbishops. He's endured the most terrible ill health at one point and continued to work through it. He's picked up horrendous problems in the province and also right across the Anglican Communion. And from my first meeting with him, when I first went into my office after the confirmation of election, when he gave me a form or a deed, and I said, "What's this?" He said, "It's the appointment of the new Bishop of Bermuda." So I said, "Do I appoint the Bishop of Bermuda?" To which he said, "Yes, you do indeed." I said, "Well, who is he?" He said, "Don't worry, it's all been done properly." So I started asking a question. He said, "Just sign it." So I did. And he's been a very good bishop, but that was a novel experience. John, I won't go on much longer, but to both of you, thank you so very, very much for all your work. And we wish you a very happy and long retirement. So now, returning briefly to the rules, Nick Hulton. Nick is retiring this July before the next meeting, wherever and however that will be. And so this will be his last meeting of General Synod before he moves on to Brighton in a new phase in his ministry and service. Bit of background, he had a curacy in London Diocese, and then he went on to spend some time as a tutor at Lincoln Theological College before moving back to the Diocese of London, where he served on the Isle of Dogs before his move to St. Martin in the Fields. From there, he became Bishop of Salisbury in 2011. Nick and Helen have been, to go back to something that Bishop Pete Broadbent said earlier, could you have mavericks? Well, I would point at Nick and Helen. They have been mavericks, but they've been the kind of mavericks we really want, both of them. They have been forthright, they have been clear, they've been different, they've been challenging, they've not been remotely willing to let things go by just because everyone was nodding when they were half asleep, and they've been passionate about the work they've done. And they've done that right through, or Nick has done that, I don't know so much about Helen, but Nick has done that right through his ministry. He's never unwilling to say it is as it is, and he's had to face up to challenges as a result in many places where he served as both priest and as bishop. In the Isle of Dogs, he had to face the challenge of the election of a BNP councillor, Derek Beacon. On the Sunday after the election of Derek Beacon, Nick gave the congregation a sheet of paper at Christchurch on the Isle of Dogs and asked them to write down how they felt. The page was soon filled with words like angry, cheerful, ashamed, frightened, and pissed off. One elderly man, a member of the British Legion, left the church in tears. And this is what he said: "I spent 4 years of my life fighting Nazis, and now we've voted them in." That's what he said to Nick. This shows not only the way in which Nick recognized the need to stand up against such evil things, but also the caring and open way he wanted to ensure that all had a voice at such a difficult time. And when I look back at how he's acted in the time I've known him, nearly 10 years, he has consistently acted in that way. The public stand that Nick took, as well as the pastoral care and attention he gave to all people in that case, led to a recovery from that dark moment, and they're examples of how he's lived out his ministry. He went on to be vicar of St. Martin in the Fields, that legendary church, which had had a legendary history. And he oversaw a remarkable building project, £36 million of remarkable. Its transformation was extraordinary in many ways. It not only gave him a platform from which he could speak, but it gave a home and shelter to so many people who were homeless, and it restored the extraordinary reputation of St. Martin's as a place that truly stood for the poor and the marginalised. And so to Salisbury. And again, to face crises, to speak out on issues, to lead the Church of England in its work on climate change, and particularly to play a notable role at COP21 in Paris. Pilgrimage to Paris, and all kinds of other ways in which he spoke up for the creation ecumenically and across the church and across the world. He has led the way in speaking out and speaking up. The diocese has been well led and loved. He has had to deal with the only biological weapons attack to take place in this country. He's had to deal with a city and a diocese traumatized by that. Nick and Helen, you will be much missed, and we are sure that we will go on hearing your voices, and you will go on ensuring that the voices of those who we forget, but who are central in God's eyes, are heard as well. He has also overseen the work of the ministry with the deaf and the disabled, and has ensured that their voices have been audible to the church, even when the church has been voluntarily deaf to them. He's been a strong spokesperson in Parliament on environmental matters. As we prepare for COP26 later this year, we will hear his voice at our shoulders, calling the church to be a partner, a prophet, and a voice for the poor. The Church of England, Nick and Helen, is extraordinarily grateful to you. And I am as well. We look forward to your retirement being as effective as your ministry has been. Thank you to both of you. Peter Hancock and Jane Hancock. Peter, there is a special sadness as we say farewell to you as Bishop of Bath and Wells. The last many months have been an extraordinarily challenging and difficult time as you have wrestled with extremes of illness and as you continue to do so together. And our prayers are with both of you most emphatically. It's very good that you've managed to be online to receive our affection and our prayers, and I know the diocese is going to miss you dreadfully. Peter started his ordained life not actually that far from where he is now, in Portsmouth Diocese. And after a brief trip to Salisbury, spent a long time in Portsmouth and served in various capacities. That's the church, the cathedral choir at the palace. And he was most recently Archdeacon of the Meon. He became Bishop of Basingstoke before in 2014 he became Bishop of Bath and Wells. I'm told on the day you arrived in Wells, the removal people were still bringing in furniture and belongings. And so tea and coffee were set up in the drawing room, along with a mixture of cakes so people could help themselves. And Juno, your golden retriever at the time, ran straight into the room and devoured a huge chocolate cake, much to Jane's embarrassment. We too had Bramble at that time, who did exactly the same thing, only he only ate the candles and simply trod on the cake. You've lived in a most extraordinary place at Bath and Wells, and you had to deal with the enormous challenges, there's Juno, that came with your, when you arrived, and the need to demonstrate the viability of that as a centre for the diocese, which you've done superbly. You've served God and the Church, I wouldn't say just very well, in your pastoral care and calm consideration, but with enormous courage. You've had to put up with the providence that has led to your last year being one in which you've ministered through the example of illness. And so not in the way you would have hoped, but you've ministered with that example superbly. And so has Jane. And the love that has been demonstrated for you in the diocese and way beyond shows the way that your ministry has been appreciated. The great other burden you've borne for your time in the church has been that of safeguarding. I hardly know how to thank you for that. Earlier today, we heard from someone saying when the Archbishop of Canterbury sidles up to you. Who was it who said that? Adrian. Always say no. You hesitated too long and ended up doing safeguarding for the Church of England. You oversaw the move from the extraordinary difficulties that Paul Butler had to face and himself had faced with such courage and determination and challenged the church, and you took them through the next stage, through ICSA. We are so grateful for your work on that. I can't begin to express our gratitude. The thing I remember about that is not just your energy and commitment, but what I remember most of all is your deep pastoral care for victims and survivors, your heartfelt love for them. You had to bring in procedures and guidance notes and legislation, but what you had to do most was continually remind us of the voice of survivors and how you did that so beautifully we can't begin to describe. I don't want to go on any more than that, except to say that that wasn't only in the diocese, but up and down the length of the country. It was a heavy burden, and we bless you for bearing it. And at the same time, you gave attention and energy to the life of the diocese and built up the team around you. Your senior colleagues treasured your collegial style of leadership. Thank you for that. I pray that you and Jane will continue on the path to healing, and that you will continue in confidence in the God whom you have served and in the love that you receive from those around you, not least your wonderful family. Thank you, Peter, from me, an indescribable thank you, and from the Church of England, thank you for all you've been and all you've given.
Thank you, Archbishop. And for Sue and Nick and Peter, Synod, we are invited to raise a thumb or clap, use the clap icon to show our appreciation to all three of them. And John. Thank you, members of Synod. That concludes that item of business. So we now move to item 12, the prorogation of this group of sessions.
Apparently, Providence only works in proroguing if I sit in the middle. In stillness, we recall the presence of our risen Lord, of the God who cares for us and draws us. In the name of God, Amen. We, Justin Portal, by divine providence, Archbishop of Canterbury, do now prorogue this synod to and until the 9th day of July next, subject to the powers exercisable by the presidents under the Constitution and standing orders of the synod. Let us pray. We commit afresh to your hands, O holy and sovereign God, the life and future of this church, praying for its unity with all other Christians, for the healing of those who are ill and suffering, here and in this synod, across the Church of England and around the world. Calling out to you that we may remember the poor and marginalized. Seeking your peace with one another and the wisdom to disagree, and in our diversity to disagree in love. And the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be amongst you and remain with you now and always. Amen. As it's Easter, we don't normally meet in Easter season. Alleluia, alleluia.